Hello everyone, welcome to episode 3 of our Waterdeep Dragon Heist campaign. Today we will be exploring Trollskull Manor and clearing out some of its previous inhabitants in what will be our final session until the new year. So without further ado, let us jump in.
Hey.
Hello everyone!
Wow, I timed that very well. Damn.
Liam did his intro before me this time. Interesting. Usually mine finishes just a little bit before. But very well. Welcome everyone on Liam's side.
Welcome everyone on Dale's side.
I don't think there's anyone there.
Everybody.
So last week, you rescued Floon Blagmar from the Xanathar Guild's hideout, and as promised by Volo, were given the deed to Trollskull Manor, a once historic property in the North Ward of Waterdeep. It has been a couple of days since then, and currently, right now, you are in a courthouse in the castle ward at high sun on a humid spring day. You are currently in the chambers of Magistrate Kylin Silmerhalve, a very overworked and stern-faced looking tiefling woman who is witnessing the transfer of the deed from Volo's name to your own. In addition, both Floon and Rainier Neverember are present, and seeing both of them in the afternoon light, you can see that they do indeed look uncannily similar, and if you didn't know that they were unrelated, you could easily assume that they were twin brothers. No doubt explaining how both the Zentarum and the Xanathar Guild mistook poor Floon for his somewhat more esteemed counterpart. Magistrate Silmerhalve looks at the deed and she looks over each of you in turn, and then she writes something down with a feather quill and picks up a stamp on the desk next to her. She clears her throat and she says, "Very well. The deed has been transferred out of the name of Volothamp Gedam. Might I have each of your names so that they may go down on the legal record?"
Babette!
Prince Northall Hammerfall.
Oh, yes, Bobbit, Nassel Hammerfall, are you there in the hooded cloak?
That's Prince.
Bulb Aesor.
Bob Aesor. Very well. We already have the half-elf lady has provided the name Veska. Are you sure you would not like to provide a last name? To this, Veska brushes her hand away and says, No, thank you. Mickey McGrood, you are next. This is suitable to you? Mickey McGrood strums a note on his lute and says, Yes, ma'am, that is indeed correct. You there, Arakokra. I didn't catch your name. She gestures towards Ava, who simply looks up, smiles with her beak, and says, I want the shinies!
I was just expecting you guys.
Mickey McGrood says, I believe she goes by Ava. The magistrate nods, and she writes it down. She says, Very well, your names are all on the record. To make for ease of further record keeping, would you like to assign yourselves a collective name for your group?
Wait, we didn't. I was going to say, did no one mention solution?
No.
M1 is muted.
Oh yeah, so Lucian, yeah.
No, I'm still here.
Yeah, as she
Hello.
as she moves on, so Lucian barges forwards and he clears his throat loudly. Sir Lucian, don't forget me. I put in a lot of work rescuing this poor fellow.
You dropped your sword.
The magistrate writes it down and she says, Well, everything appears to be in order. For ease of record keeping, would you like me to write down just a moniker for your collective group?
Oh wow! I didn't realize we were going to group names today.
Yeah.
Payless.
Who's got anything?
Say
Who's got
more.
anything?
She smiles and she says, Keep in mind, this is optional. It just makes the paperwork a lot easier when I only have to file one name instead of 6.
The Regellen.
Come up with something later.
Very
Well,
well.
That pans out.
Friends of Fire Troop.
Very well, she says, pursing her lips. She says, We can always address the matter later. She reaches over, grabs a rubber stamp, and slams it down on the piece of paper. She says, Now, of course, as new owners of the estate, the city is obliged to collect a small property tax of 25 gold pieces.
Huh.
Oh.
Rainier Neverember clears his throat. He coughs loudly. He steps forwards and he says, Don't worry, I've got this sorted. Behind him you see Volo rubbing his forehead nervously on the tip of his sleeve and saying, praise Timora, I was really out of funds. Rainier steps forwards and places a small coin pouch on the magistrate's desk, and he says, As thank you for rescuing me from that warehouse, and for helping my friend Floon here, I will take it upon myself to cover the property tax for you. He says, he turns and looks at you, he says, Unless there are any objections.
Everyone just turns away.
So no objections?
None
definitely
whatsoever.
don't.
Bulb
have money
offers
this
up
time.
2 gold to help.
Bulb, you hand him 2 gold pieces, and he takes them, and he says, well, much appreciated, but it was most certainly not necessary. Just the same, you do notice that he opens his own coin pouch and withdraws 2 gold pieces, dropping yours in. The magistrate takes the coin pouch, and very quickly she counts each of the coins under her breath. And then she sighs and she says, "Very well. Well, everything is in order. The property is now registered in your name. Regular tax payments are required each quarter of the year, and I believe, according to Sir Lucian here, you intend to fix up the property as a tavern, and so I will inform you that there are various licensing fees that must be paid to the various guilds that control the trade and production of liquor and victuals. Most particular the Vinters Guild and the Bakers Guild, but that is not the business of the city. I just hope that you attend to that business as soon as you can, so that you do not incur any unnecessary fees or fines." She then continues to rattle off a list of yet more bureaucratic laws and minutiae that you must follow, including regular health and safety inspections on the 24th of the 11th month every 2 years, and tithe of 5% of any and all earned incomes in a 5-year period. And
Bobbitt's clocked out ages ago. Yeah. He's back to playing checkers with his fucking paycheck at this point.
Getting to the bureaucratic.
All in all, the paperwork takes about 20 minutes to finalise. And when it is done, the magistrate lets out the biggest sigh you've ever heard, and basically slumps forwards over her desk, closing her eyes, and then she flicks her right hand at you and says, "It is done. Leave me in peace." And then she begins to snore loudly.
Bobbit pats her on the head before we leave.
Bob casts Druidcraft to stuff out all the lights in the room so she sleeps in the dark.
You leave her chambers and make your way out of the courthouse back into the afternoon sun, with the spring mists already beginning to settle in over the street, making the humidity something almost unbearable. You see the citizens of Waterdeep going about their business, many of them attempting to remain in shade or indoors as much as they can as they go about it. And with this, Volo wipes some sweat off his brow, and he says, "Well, my friends, this is my cue to find a nice, quiet, indoor location, and get to work on my latest book. The North Ward is not far from here, and Trollskull Manor is hard to miss. I do hope you find it satisfactory, and that the matter of the previous inhabitants shall not trouble you too much. Once again, I thank you for your help, and Rainier and Floon here will most likely find ways to repay you in their own time." As he says this, both Floon and Rainier smile and bow.
What exactly do you mean, no trouble from the previous inhabitants?
He says, but a trifle. Well, I already told you it was haunted, and, well, I was going to check it out, but on my own, I'm afraid I was a bit, let's say it is beneath the great Volo to wander into that place on his own. Nothing that you should worry your heads about." And he nervously chuckles.
"Well, you won't be alone now. You can come with us."
Yay, Volvo can play with us.
I would like Nathal to do a charisma check, please.
That I can do. That is a 16 plus charisma. What's my charisma? Oh, that's a 21.
Volo chuckles and he says, well, perhaps the heart of the matter is that, I'm far too terrified of the house. I'd much prefer to write down your account of what happens later and immortalize it in my book.
What better way to say it than firsthand? It's okay. I'll protect you. I'm a paladin. And also a god of the city.
At this, Rainier Neverember steps forward and he says, "Well, I find it befitting that if Volo won't accompany you, that at the very least he will divulge everything he knows about Trollskull Manor." He glares at Volo. Volo says, "Oh, very well. Well, I was hoping that they might uncover it on their own, you know. Far be it for a storyteller such as me to spoil a mystery. But, very well." He gestures for you to join him as he takes his seat at a wooden table outside of a cafe in the shade underneath a large red and white striped umbrella. As you sit down, he signals for a waitress to come and orders a coffee for himself. And then, once it arrives, he takes a sip of it, wipes the froth off his lips, and says, "Well, so, Trollskull Manor. Once upon a time, it was one of the most luxurious estates of the North Ward. The original owners eventually moved on to Neverwinter, and they put the house up to auction. It was purchased by a rather entrepreneurial young tiefling. I forget his name, but either way, he had the estate refurbished into a tavern. And with the prestige of the estate and reputation behind its previous owners, it attracted clientele fairly quickly and soon became the premier establishment of the North Ward, almost rivaling the Yawning Portal." He says all went well for several years, and then there was, it turned out quite a few years later that the proprietor had, he had a rather ghastly hobby of, murdering the occasional, patron, and burying their bodies within the crawl space.
That is quite an unusual habit.
He says, well, the owner was put to death by the city guard, as was befitting of his crimes, and Trollskull Manor was put up for auction. It went through a string of owners over the next several decades until it landed with me. Of course, no one was quite willing to do anything with it, as, the hauntings got worse and worse. Rumor has it that the previous owner, despite having been put to death by the city, returned to his former hunting ground with the spirits of his previous victims, and that they remain there to this day. He says, of course, they recovered the bodies, but in his writings, as they put him to death, he went into quite some detail boasting about how he took trophies from his victims, and those were never found. Volo finishes his tale with a flourish, shooting you all a wicked smile.
Well, where's his body now?
He says, his body was cremated and put to rest in one of the mausoleums in the city of the dead. Despite that, I believe that the hauntings of the Trollskull Manor are his doing, and that his ghost still calls that place home. I've looked into the matter, but without setting foot into the estate, I have not much more I could contribute, and I'll leave it to you people and your considerable skills to solve the mystery.
Alright, question. Where is this City of the Dead?
The City of the Dead, you know this to be Waterdeep's communal graveyard, a large section of the city that is almost entirely taken up by a vast cemetery and mausoleums. And In fact, this tiefling, he was quite notorious in his time, and as a member of the city guard, you have heard his name, and you do know that it is correct that he was cremated and put to rest in the mausoleum. In fact, his remains were consecrated by clerics so that his spirit would not come to haunt the graveyard.
So the mausoleum is in the city.
Yes. However, you know it to have been consecrated to prevent his spirit from roaming free in the graveyard. And so you doubt that it is his remains that are the problem. That the reason for the haunting and his reason for lingering in Trollskull Manor must be tied to something within the estate itself.
Also, at this point, I just insist. I still think Bo should come with us. More hands-on experience. It's okay. We'll protect you. We have a little child.
I want to meet the ghosts.
Volo sips down the last of his coffee and he licks the froth noisily off his lips and he says, "Oh, well, I'd love to join you, but I have a meeting in 20 minutes with my publisher. Do not worry. I'm sure you'll be fine on your own, and I've already provided you with all the information I know." And with that,
I just lean in and look Denny in the eyes. You know, I am the city guard, and you would do well to do what I say.
I would like you to make an intimidation check, please.
Oh, that's beautiful. That's an 18, so that's an 18 plus my intimidation at 8 plus 7, so way over 20.
Okay, as Narthel leans in and begins to glare at Volo, do the rest of you do anything?
I mean, Bo's not really fussed if Volvo comes with us or not. Sorry, Volo, I keep going for his nickname, but if he doesn't want to come, it's not the end of the universe.
Bulb is very horrible and awkward in social situations, so he doesn't actually know what's going on.
Bob was more interested in the story, and at this point, Bob's just kind of gone,
Lucy doesn't care, he just grumbles and sighs in the corner.
Bulb is actually more curious as to whether a cremated ghost is scared of fire or not.
Volo sighs and he says, "Oh, sod it! Bloody hell, I'll come along with you then, but do not expect me to contribute when it gets down to the nitty-gritty of blowing things up and slinging spells and dispelling spirits."
You stay back and entertain the child. He wants more friends.
Don't worry, we don't expect much from you.
Veska smiles and she says, "Good, because I've got the magic well in hand." And then Mickey stands up and he says, "And I shall attend that meeting with your publisher in your stead, my good friend. I'm quite a storyteller, if I do say so myself." Volo sighs and he reaches into his coat, extracts a bundle of papers that you presume to be his notes for his latest book, and he reluctantly hands them to Mickey, who takes them with a relish and begins walking down the street, whistling happily as he goes.
Well, now Volo can write firsthand more detailed of the adventures in the house.
Yes, he can.
And I'm going to extort him for a percentage of that sales in the books.
Yeah, well, when it's actually...
Yeah.
To be fair, that doesn't sound like something you said you were lawful good, yes?
Yeah,
if you're a city guard, you shouldn't be extorting people.
I mean, you could probably find some obscure bureaucratic law that states that he has to provide a certain percentage of his royalties to a representative of the city or something, but...
Royalties to the Storm Court.
I mean, technically, if we're helping him with his studies, he could probably get funding through that way. But just outright extorting him is illegal and definitely should not be done by a paladin.
Yes, well, it's not being done at the moment. He still hasn't written the book, but now that you have...
No, this
Yep.
is future plans when
Yes,
I
future
go
plans.
full-on conquest.
Yes, you come back later and give me, your book's finished now, give me the royalties. But, you have Volo in hand, and as Rainier and Floon accompany Mickey to attend the publishers' meeting in his stead, you are free to depart to Trollskull Manor. But first, as this is your first opportunity since your previous adventures to actually mill about in the city and get some shopping done, is there anything you would like to do before you head to your newly acquired estate?
It's unlikely, but is there anywhere I could possibly buy thieves' tools?
Well, you could find almost anything in Waterdeep. It just depends on where you look. And so I would like Bobbit
People
to...
selling thieves' tools would also be willing to buy paintings that disappeared at some
Yes,
point.
they would. And so I would like Bobbit to please make an investigation check. And he may make it with advantage if Narthal would like to provide some assistance, because Narthal, being a city guard, would have an idea where these sorts of unsavoury characters who would fence stolen objects and sell thieves' tools would generally ply their wares.
I can certainly do that.
Very well, so Bobbit, you may make an investigate check with advantage.
Well, I'm so glad you said that, because I rolled a 19 and a 1. So I'm going to take that 19 turn to a 21.
Lovely.
Sorry, just hop in for a sec. I can't remember. Is this Mr. Key I picked up in the sewer, or just like for a door that's been used, or have I just got it in my inventory?
Oh, that's
You've
the
just-
magic key.
Yeah, you've still got it in your inventory. It hasn't been
Oh
used.
yeah, that's right.
It's a magic
the magic key that
Yes.
can open everything once and fade
Yes, has a
Okay,
20% chance of opening any door, but when it does, it breaks.
away. Yep. Okay. Yep. I remember now.
So, Narthal, perhaps a bit reluctantly, upon Bobbit constantly, incessantly begging,
Hey.
leads you to a section on the edge of the dock ward and the castle ward, where in amongst a bunch of sailors carting their goods from the to and fro from the docks and into a small marketplace, you see a small section of alleyway branching off from the marketplace, shrouded in shadow, and here a lone merchant has a makeshift stall set up made out of several wooden crates, and as you approach, he smiles under his black hood, and his eyes twinkle, and he says, and what business would you have with me today?
Hi there, Mr. Shadow Guy. Bubba would very much like a set of thieves' tools.
He says,
Or
He says, taking up the art of treasure hunting, are we? Oh, yes, we can accommodate. I would like you to do a charisma check, please, Bobbit.
Okay. That's a 22.
22, very well. You ask the shady character for a set of thieves' tools, and after a few minutes of narrowing down what exactly you intend to use for, according to him, so that he can make sure he provides a set of tools that befits what you intend to actually use it for, he presents you with a set of thieves' tools not dissimilar to Mickey's, and he says, 20 gold, young man, and a world of thievery will be at your fingertips.
Because I know this is shady and I feel like he's extorting a small child, can I try to glare him down to lower the price.
You can, but actually, you know that 20 gold for a set of thieves' tools is actually a pretty good price, as they regularly go for 25. So he seems to have been taken by Bobbitt's childlike enthusiasm enough that he's offering him a good price.
Yeah, I'm just looking at everything as low level. I thought 20 GP would be expensive.
Well, yeah, it is, but
I was going to say, Bobbit looks around, makes sure Narthel isn't entirely paying attention to him, and just fumbles out the other silver bar that he had on his person and went, maybe we could trade. Would this be enough?
He says... He takes the silver bar and he says, yes, I could find some buyers for this. He says, very well, take these tools and... to try and even out, make the trade a bit more fair, I'd like you to take this as well. He reaches down into one of the wooden crates, and he hands you a small glass bottle containing very, very clear liquid. Like the clearest water you've ever seen. You may attempt an Arcana check to identify this.
Alright, where's my Arcana at? Alright, let's see what we got. That's gonna be a 6.
Can Bulb help?
Yeah, Bulb can help. Yep, Bulb can help.
Roll with advantage.
Yep, roll with advantage, M2.
Oh, okay, you want me to roll again?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
helping
because
you.
Bulb's helping you.
I thought you were rolling, so okay.
No,
Yeah, Bulb's, uncorking the potion, sniffing it,
that's a
tasting a
15.
little bit. Okay, so this is a potion of minor invisibility.
Oh.
And it will, when drunk, make you invisible for 10 minutes.
Oh.
The invisibility is lost if you attack or cast a spell.
Okay.
Oh no, we've got an invisible Bobbit.
Yeah, I was just thinking.
yeah.
Don't give the small child a.
I was going to say, Bulbit's eyes gleam and just go, done, thank you, mister.
The shady man winks and he says, and may you enjoy the world of unlawful entry that has just been opened to you. He says,
I was
Yep.
going to say, Bobbit is master of unlocking and runs off.
he takes a look at Bulb and Ava and Sir Lucian and Narthel, and he says, is there anyone else who has business today?
Well, Bulb has a few things. Those metal bars, you interested in them, yes?
He says, yes, I deal in many commodities, most of them taken without their previous owner's permission.
How much for 3 to sell to you?
He says 3. Let us say 25 for each. Or an item of equivalent value. He gestures towards the wooden crates in front of him, which you only now come to understand are not just a makeshift stall, but are also stocked with a litany of perhaps unlawfully acquired goods.
How about 35 gold each, and I also offer you these 4 paintings, which may or may not interest you in your particular line of buying and selling.
He perks up when you show him the paintings, and he says, yes, very nice indeed. I'll tell you what. Bulb, make a charisma check, please.
Okay. Nat 20.
Damn.
He says, these paintings are of quite good value, and, well, if I was a more savoury character, I might ask you exactly where you acquired these. But we shall say 50 gold pieces for the paintings and the bars, and I would like you to roll a d20, please, Bulb.
Was that 50 each, or just 50
50
altogether?
altogether, plus,
Okay.
I'd get you to roll a
I rolled
d20.
a 4.
A 4. He says, plus, he reaches into his crate, and he pulls out a strange-looking amulet, which appears to be fashioned from a shard of black material that has a very strange, almost otherworldly, red glow emanating from the center of it.
Okay, can I do an arcane check to see
Yes,
what it
you
is?
may. You may.
Okay. That is, I think I have 4 in arcane, so that would be a unnatural 20.
So this
Damn.
is a dark shard amulet. It is a common magical item. This amulet is fashioned from a single shard of resilient extraplanar material, originating from the realm of a warlock's patron. Requires attunement by a warlock, and while attuned, the warlock gains the following benefits. They may use the amulet as a spellcasting focus, and they may attempt to cast a cantrip that they don't know. The cantrip must be on the warlock's spell list, and when casting it, you must make a DC 10 Arcana check. If the check succeeds, you cast the spell. If the check fails, so does the spell, and the action used to cast the spell is wasted. You may do this once per long rest.
Huh. Okay. Bulb agrees to this deal.
Very well, says the merchant as he takes your items, hands you over a bag of gold, which you quickly count and determine contains 50 gold pieces. And then he hands you the Dark Shard amulet, taking great care to only grasp the chain and to not touch the shard itself.
Okay, Bulb takes the chain, but only grabbing the chain.
Yep.
And
as
then
you
once we
grab
describe,
it,
Bulb needs to
you
Bulb.
notice Bobbit basically make a beeline down the alleyway back towards you with a blank look on his face, but his eyes honing in on the Dark Shard with an almost chaotic flame burning behind them.
Bulb holds out his hand and says, "Speak to you in a minute. A deal I shall propose."
Bobbit just stands there, says nothing, and waits.
Bobbit, in your head, you hear a voice say, "Take the shard."
Bobbit holds his hand out and just waits for him to get given it.
Well, seeing as you won't wait, I will give you this amulet, but the earnings from the swords and bows shall go to everyone but you when I sell today.
The voice in your head, Bobbit, says, "Money means nothing. Take the shard."
Okay. And I give the shard to Bobbit.
Bobbit grabs it immediately by the actual shard itself instead of the chain.
As you grab it by the shard, you feel the staff in your hand vibrate, and the voice says, "Yes, yes, a fraction of our former power."
Oh, is this a token? Mr. Stick says thank you. Apparently this belonged to him.
Bulb then turns to Nathal, Solution, and whoever else is with us, and hands over the 50 gold, and says, "For everyone else, as I did not get full price as I decided that the amulet was worth it.
Right, so how much is that between all of us?
So that would be 10 gold each.
Well, I'm not taking any, and
Oh.
Bobbit doesn't get any.
Okay, so
Oh,
50...
actually, no, Bobbit might get some. I don't know if I put that in the deal or not.
No, he said
no
don't
profit
get
from
the-
the swords. No profit from the
Okay,
swords
so-
and bows.
Okay, this
So-
is distributed between
yeah.
everyone but me.
Yeah, so 10 gold for everyone except Bulb.
Okay.
And now...
Oh, and then I... Oh, sorry.
No,
I
I'll let you finish do your thing before I do my thing.
I was just
Okay.
going to ask how many swords and bows and things we have.
Okay, well, I also want to sell the wizard spellbook for my own money, but I have 8 short swords, 12 short bows, and 2 long swords to sell.
Very well. So first, we will do all of the looted weaponry.
Yep.
Would you like to sell them to this fence, or would you like to try to find someone who would offer a fairer price for these, considering that they are in decent condition?
Would I be able to use my knowledge of the city to help them find a better deal for the swords?
Yes, and so could Sir Lucian, either of you could.
Okay, well, I would suggest going to a better person.
Very well.
But in that case, I would still like to try and sell the wizard spellbook here.
Alright. So first, I would like you to make a charisma check.
While they're rolling, Dale, could you message me with the details on that shard exactly so I know I'm
Yes,
working
sure. I will send you that.
with? Thank you.
I got a nat 1.
A nat
shit.
1.
Do you want Bobby to give you a hand?
So at first...
That would be nice.
At first, the shady merchant regards the spellbook with disdain, and he says, "It's but an old book. It's clearly not worth anything. You may make an Arcana check with advantage, with Bobbit helping you, to actually
Okay.
explain the value that a spellbook would have to someone so inclined."
Right. That's a 15 plus 4, so that's 19.
There you go.
Thank you, Bobbit.
Man, imagine Bobby just sticking his head back in going, come on, be nice.
Bobbit sticks his head in, and then you begin to explain the value of a wizard's spellbook to another wizard. And Bobbit chimes in, and he says, "Mr. Stick says that many wizards would kill for the secrets of Arcana contained therein." And the merchant, looking somewhat perturbed now, offers you 20 gold for the spellbook.
Was gone. Mel has redeemed it in real life word ban, but it only counts to me. Check. So I
Yeah.
can't say that word for 2 minutes.
Okay, fair enough.
Oh, I've gone with that. If, oh, give it back.
Bulb accepted the 20 gold.
Bulb accepted the 20 gold. Good for him. Okay.
Bulb takes that gold for himself.
I'm just sending the Dark Shard to M2. Okay, so now, I would like you to roll an investigate check with advantage, with Narthel helping you, to find a blacksmith who would give you a fairer price for these weapons.
Do I have investigate? What is investigate? Intelligence? Yes, that is a 16.
Okay, so Narthel leads you to a blacksmith.
Wait. I didn't want to go yet.
Oh, okay, what did you want to do, Narthel?
Can I just point them where to go and get solution lead them?
Yeah, sure.
Alright, so I wait till they go.
Yep. And now what would... so Narthel points you in the direction of a blacksmith in the North Ward, who is one of the suppliers for the city guard. And when you get there, this hill dwarf looks over the swords and he says, "Ah, sure, they're a bit dirty, but nothing a little bit of TLC won't be able to fix. How's about 30 gold for the lot of them?"
I look to the others and see if they will agree on that price. If they're happy to split 30 gold.
So Bobbitt's just playing with his shard, so obviously he's not a part of this conversation.
Lucian?
So Lucian, do you agree to...
Lucian. Sorry?
Yeah, do you agree to this price that Bulb has been offered? Because you'll be getting some of that gold. Or, knowing that you are a noble, would you like to try and impress your rank upon this humble blacksmith and, use your name and your rank in the military to try to get him to pay out a little bit more?
What's the drawback? Actually, yeah, there's no real drawbacks in it. Yeah, sure.
Well, I would like Sir Lucian to make an intimidate check, please.
Alright, well. There's a 12.
Okay, while you guys are doing that, I'm just going to jump off for half a second.
Yep.
Back in a minute.
Yep.
Charisma. That is a pass.
Yeah, it's a pass.
Yes.
Good.
That is a pass.
Yep. So Lucian steps forwards and he says, "If you provide for us a fairer price, I will pass along to the Lord's Alliance military the good word of myself being Captain Sir Lucian." He leans forwards and whispers something in the dwarf's ear, and you see the dwarf smile as if he's been told a funny joke at first, but then, upon seeing Sir Lucian's face grow red, takes a step back and says, "No offense meant, Sir Lucian, how about 60 gold?
Did he just say
Sounds
60?
fair to me.
Yes.
Oh, damn.
Sounds fair to me.
Alright, so...
Bulb
you-
accepts that.
Lovely. Bulb accepts that, so you have sold all of the swords and bows for 60 gold. Meanwhile,
And
Yep.
who are we splitting this between?
everyone except
how many,
Bobbit.
sorry.
Everyone
Okay.
except Bobbit, so 5.
5, so 60 divided by 5. Okay, so that's 12 gold each.
Oh, damn.
Bulb will hold on to Narthul's until we integrate with Narthul.
Yep. Okay. Meanwhile, back in the docks ward, what is Narthul doing?
I see you've got a box there full of, what do you say, goods that you haven't acquired legally.
He looks up, he says, legality is, well, it means different things to different people.
Now, you do know I'm with the city guard, don't you?
He says, well, yes. So in that case, I'd like you to make an intimidate check, please.
That is a 19 plus 7, so way over 20. No,
He-
plus 5. No, 7. Yep.
He smiles nervously, and he says, "Shall we say 20 gold, and you'll turn the blind eye for today?"
I'll tell you what, I'll give you a silver bar for 2 items.
He says, "Very well, a silver bar for 25 gold, and 1 item."
Silver bar for 2 items, and I won't have you thrown in jail.
He sighs. I would like you to roll a d20, please.
D20. That is an 11.
An 11. Okay. He reaches into his chest and he pulls out. What type of armor are you wearing currently?
Chainmail.
Chainmail. He pulls out a set of chainmail, pushes it towards you, and then reaches into the crate next to him, withdraws a potion of healing and places it next to the armor. And then he smiles. He says, "A suit of armor befitting someone of your stature, sir?"
Can I... Detect magic is a cantrip or spell?
It's a cantrip, it's a spell, but it won't tell you what the armor is. It'll just tell you if it's magical or not.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll get one of the others to do an arcana.
Yep, so you'll take it, and you're going to take it now on the faith that, in good faith that it's actually worth something, and show it to one of the others later.
I mean, Bobby could check now if you want.
Well, we're not with him.
Yeah.
Ah, okay, you buggered off.
Yeah.
Well, that's his problem.
Yeah.
Bobbit knew that he wasn't getting any money out of the swords and bows, so he probably stayed here. So Bobbit, would you like to do an arcana check?
Oh, sure, why not? That's going to be a 22.
So Bobbit leans over and he prods the armor with the tip of his staff and informs you that this is a cast-off chainmail. This is a normal set of chainmail, however, you can take it off or put it on as an action. It doesn't take a minute to put it on or take it off. It's magical, and it will simply unclasp from your body or attach to your body when you want to wear or remove it.
So it doesn't do anything, but I can take it on and off quick.
Yeah, that's all it does.
Which is probably more than what your current armor does.
just normal chainmail.
Yeah.
Yeah, that will do. That puts me
You
up
know,
to
if you're ever caught, you know, during your sleep or something, you can instantly
you
put
can
it on.
immediately. Yeah.
Yeah, that will do.
You take it, and to demonstrate its ability, you spend the next minute or so taking your existing city guard chainmail off, and then you hold up the cast-off chainmail and hold it above your head, and it begins to glow. It turns into what appears to be a plume of smoke, and then wraps around your body, and instantaneously materializes, and you are wearing it.
Cue the Sailor Moon transformation music.
Yes.
God.
The merchant smiles nervously and he says, "I do hope that will be enough to buy my freedom for today."
Yes, that will do. I'll just got one more question. Because you know things about the underworld and ill-gotten games and whatnot. At this point, I'll produce the crystal doorknob. Have you got any information about this?
He says, "A crystal doorknob. Well, as far as I can tell, it's not magical. It does look like a nice paperweight, though." He says, "Tell you what, I'm a good sport. Would you accept 5 gold for it?"
No, I think I'll keep a hold of it for the time being.
He says, "Very well, very well. You have a good day, Sir Guardsman. And you," he looks over at Bobbit, "you, well, you unnerve me a little. So, please, don't come again."
Bye, mister.
Come on, Bubba, let's go.
And then you all proceed to Trollskull Manor. Before we proceed, I would like to ask, is Kitty playing today? Because I wanted to ask if there was anything Ava wanted to buy or do.
She's still asleep.
Oh, she's still asleep. Very well. Okay, well, we'll just go to Trollskull Manor then. And she can deal with it next session. I thought she was awake, though. I thought I heard her in the background.
Yeah, she fell back asleep.
Ah, very well. Well. Alright, so we head off to Trollskull Manor in the Northward. You assemble in front of your newly acquired property in the late afternoon. 4 stories tall and boasting balconies, a turret, and 5 chimneys. This stone and brick building is one of the grandest in Trollskull Alley, even in its run-down, abandoned state at the moment. Trollskull Alley being the bustling centre of the North Ward, but being regarded by most of the well-to-do people in the city as being something of a slum, the bar is quite low, and Trollskull Manor, of course, does not have to be that lavish to be its crown jewel. Just the same as you gaze upon this facade, you could tell that once upon a time, this was the main attraction of Trollskull Alley, and perhaps, with a bit of tender loving care and some not insignificant amounts of money, under your ownership and guidance, it may yet be again. As you approach Trollskull Manor, you see a halfling wearing a chef's hat. He has a market stall set up in front of Trollskull Manor. Not that he's chosen this place for any particular reason, other than that it appeared to be the best place to set up his stall, as it looked out upon the entrance to Trollskull Alley, so he would be facing anyone coming in. And his stall is set up, and upon it there are several baskets of what appear to be freshly baked loaves of bread. And as you approach Trollskull Manor, the halfling waves at you, and he begins to shout, "Fresh baked bread! Just pulled it out of the oven myself, not a few minutes ago! A single gold piece a loaf, and you won't find anything better in the whole of Trollskull Alley!"
I'll buy some bread for everyone.
He says, take her. He says, "and how many loaves will you be partaking in today?"
1, 2, 3. And we've still got bowls set. It would be 7.
You hand over 7 gold, and with glee, the halfling gathers 7 loaves of bread, and the smell of freshly baked bread fills your nostrils. This quite pleasant smell as he places the loaves into a paper bag, takes your gold, and he says, "Do enjoy!" As you take
man.
As you take the paper bag, however, and continue to walk past him towards Trollskull Manor, you see another person step towards the baker's stall. This person wearing a white hood under which you can see vaguely narrow rat-like features, scowls at the baker, and then without waiting for a response, grabs one of the baskets of bread and upturns it, spilling the loaves onto the street.
And I see this, yes?
Yes, you do.
I go, "City guard, stop where you are!" And I run up. I'm assuming he's running as soon as I say that. I take chase.
He actually does not run. The halfling baker takes a step back, shock written on his face, and the rat-faced man turns around and he sniggers at you and he says, "All's legal here, city guard. This man here has not paid his dues to the Bakers Guild, and as such, he has no license to be peddling baked goods."
I still don't see anything legal about tormenting people.
He says, "I'm not tormenting him. I'm simply disposing of goods that according to the city's charter, are illegal, being unauthorized for sale and whatnot. The halfling raises the halfling raises his hands. He says, "Baker's Guild? What? This is nothing but extortion. Why, I just arrived in Waterdeep a 10 days ago, and I've never had any problems such as this anywhere I've been so far." The rat-faced man says, "Just the same, we'll let you off with a warning this time," but he reaches out, grabs the remaining loaves of bread, tosses them onto the street, and then stomps on them, crushing them into the cobblestone. He says, "If you'd like to do business in the future, you're going to have to pay the dues to the guild, and I'm obliged to collect." He gestures, he holds out his hand as if expecting the halfling to pay him right here.
Can I just grab him up by the scruff, lift him up to my eye level? Like, how big is he?
He's quite short. He's about not much taller than the halfling, actually, and he's quite thin and quite wiry build. Even though he's obviously not a were-rat, his face has an odd rat-like quality to it, and he's definitely, some bottom-feeder scum of the city. No doubt just doing the dirty work for someone more important than him.
Alright, so, grab him by whatever clothes he's wearing on his neck and pretty much lift him 6 feet off the ground up to my level. And I want you to pay for every bit of bread you just destroyed.
I'd like you to make an intimidate check, please.
That is intimidation plus charisma, 13 plus 17.
He squirms trying to get away, and he says, all right, I'll reimburse him, just so long as he knows he has to pay his dues next time.
Sorry, go on.
I was going to say, if there's bread's all being reimbursed by the rat guy, then no one's going to notice if any of them go missing, right?
Correct.
I would like to pick up a second loaf of bread while you guys are fighting.
Off the ground? Sure. Yeah, Bobbit...
You do realize there's...
like 2 seconds.
You do realize I have fresh bread for everyone.
Well, now Bobbit has 2.
Bobbit, I would like you to make a sleight of hand check, please.
Alrighty. It's a nat 20.
So while the rest of the party are gathering around this rat-faced man and the baker and his ruined stall, you quickly duck down and snatch one of the only still whole loaves of bread off the cobblestone and stow it away in your cloak with a shit-eating grin on your face.
Are we going to waste it?
I love that phrase, shit-eating grin.
Narthel, do you take the rat-faced man at his word and let him go?
I do not. So I made him reimburse him for the bread.
Yep.
Alright, before I do anything else, I'm going, this halfling is now under my protection. You do anything to him, you send any of you goddamn goons after him, I'm coming straight for you, and I yeet him.
You throw him onto the ground, he swears.
Oh no, not just onto the ground, try for half a block distance.
You yeet him as far as you can, sending him flying into a nearby alleyway where he collapses into a trash can. Ah! Burn you bloody oaf, he says as he climbs to his feet.
Do I hear that?
No, you don't.
Oh.
He brushes dirt off his clothes. And then he says, "You got lucky this time, halfling, but remember, next time you want to sell bread, you gotta pay 50 gold to the Baker's Guild." And then he turns tail and runs, disappearing into the alleyway.
I turn to the halfling and go back to the normal demeanor. I'm so sorry about that. official under my protection of natural Hammerfall. Anything happens, you come to me, okay? I will do everything in my city power to protect you.
The halfling takes a bow and he says, "Oh, it's much obliged, Sir Guard. But, well, he's got a point. If I do require a license to sell this bread, then I shall have to save up for one. But I do appreciate you stepping in to help, and please know that you have Eustace Flower Raiser's gratitude."
Okay, that is an amazing name.
I love it.
I just proceed to say, it was still not right for what he did. This was the first time you knowing about it, and you should have been told first.
He says, "Yes, well, would have been nice if they did me that courtesy at least. Do not worry, you've made a lifelong friend in me, and I shall make it up to you as best I can, as soon as I get my business up and running."
I toss him another 2 gold, and I explain what we're currently doing at the moment. Like, we're all in agreement that this will be opening a tavern after this, yes?
Yes.
Yeah, I explained to him we will need a baker to make food, and if you would like a position in our tavern.
He ponders this and he says, "Well, technically I'd be working for you, so I would not be an independent baker. As such, I wouldn't have to pay dues to their guild. Why, Timora smiles on me today. You have a deal, Sir Narthel."
I shake his hand, trying not to crush the tiny little halfling hand. And I'll just say, well, I tell him to pack up and go to the tavern where we first met Volo and wait for us to return.
"Very well," he says, beginning to pack up his goods. And he departs for the yawning portal. And so, you have actually acquired a baker for Trollskull Manor, without having to go through the Bakers Guild, which will save you some money.
Hell yeah. And he's got the best name ever.
Yep.
He is amazing.
Eustace Flower
Eustace
Raiser.
Flower Raiser. I fucking love it. Love it.
With that, you step up to Trollskull Manor, and, preparing yourselves for what lies inside, and giving a sidelong glance to Volo as he nervously chuckles and pulls the brim of his hat over his face, you push open the double doors and step inside. I'm going to bring up the map. And also get the dungeon music.
Meanwhile, Bobbitt's just doing him. Everyone else is staying on the door. Bobbitt's just happily eating one of his loaves of bread.
Oh yeah, that's right. At this point, I've dispersed the bread amongst everyone else, and I'm munching on mine too.
Which I will take account of when you take a short rest.
Okay.
All right.
Louis?
It's a peaceful dungeon. Okay, nothing can possibly go wrong.
Possibly. It's the first time anything's ever gone wrong.
Go wrong.
There we go. Oh, apparently this is dungeon music.
There you go. I mean, it's got that spooky feel to it.
Alright. So you step into the first room of Trollskull Manor. And this appears to have once been a tap room. You see a long bar, several tables, chairs, and a stone fireplace, each of them covered in a thick layer of dust and cobwebs. The wooden floor under your feet creaks as you step onto it, your feet leaving footprints in the dust. And with each step you take, a small cloud comes out of the floor, almost like a plume of smoke. I would like you all to make con checks, please.
Oh, no. Oh god, that's
Or
a
con
nat
saves, please.
Oh, con save.
one. Oh, that's
Yes.
a 4 then. That's still a massive fail. They rolled a 1.
That is an 18 for me.
Short,
18.
Isn't it?
Yep.
5 for Bob.
5. Okay, so that's a pass for everyone except Bobbit and Bulb. And
no.
as you step into the tap room, moving closer to the bar, suddenly the temperature in the room begins to grow colder and colder. You look around to see if there's anywhere where a sudden draft could have come in from, but the sun outside is still shining, and you can still see people in the alleyway bustling for shade, trying to get out of the spring humidity. There appears to be no obvious source of the draft. It gets colder and colder, and then you hear a loud whoosh as a gust of wind sweeps through the room, blowing an old tankard off the bar, clanging noisily onto the ground. Both Bobbit and Bulb take 1 point of cold damage.
Oh, damn.
Could Bulb cast Produce Flame and just stick it on his head?
Sure.
Right.
Would that give me heat, though? Like,
Yeah,
warm up?
as you cast Produce Flame, the flame springs to life in your hand, but strangely you cannot feel it giving off any heat. In this, what seems to be sudden and unnatural cold.
Bobbit's jacket is useless in this cold.
As you struggle to make sense of this unnatural cold and recover from the gust of wind, suddenly you hear a sound of scratching like stone or metal scraping coming from the fireplace, and you turn around, and there, on a chalkboard above the mantelpiece, you see a shard of chalk seemingly moving of its own accord. It scrawls out 2 words above the fireplace. Get out.
Okay.
Oh, just starts walking to the exit.
Oh, second little friend.
Bulb just puts his hand on Bobbit's shoulder.
It stops him. Volo nervously chuckles behind you and he says, "Well, I don't think I need to be told twice," and he begins to walk towards the entrance.
I put one hand on Volo, stopping him, and one hand sort of not fully pulling out my holy symbol, but my hand on is going, "Show yourself, spirit."
I'd like you to make a charisma check, please.
I probably should talk to him.
That is charisma. That is a 15.
There is silence in the room. The chalk drops, landing in the ashen dust of the fireplace. And then, suddenly, you hear whispers all around you, whispering incomprehensible words. And then, slowly, materializing in the room are 3 spectral figures. And I've got to share my screen again. I hate how Discord does this. Yep.
The app, or are you on the actual...
I'm on the app. It worked when I did Resident Evil. If it does it again, I'll go to the...
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so 3 spectral figures emerge, whispering incomprehensible words. 2 of them appear to be adult figures, a man and a woman respectively, while the one in front of them has the face and body shape of what appears to be a small child. They hover about half a foot off the floor, wordlessly in front of you, as if waiting for you to talk. What do you do?
Bob immediately goes up to the small child and goes, "Hi there, my name's Bobbert. What's yours?"
The child swoops backwards, darting to the top of the mantelpiece. And then he whispers something incomprehensible.
I was going to say, could I do a roll to see if I can actually hear what he's saying? Or...
Yes, go ahead. Make a
well, I need to roll
perception
for
check.
that.
Make a perception check, please.
Is he actually speaking a language?
You cannot
That's what
tell.
we're
That's
trying
what
to
the
find out.
perception check is
That's
for.
an 18.
Okay.
So 18 for my check.
You hear in amongst the whispers the words, "Lif was told not to talk to strangers."
That's okay. Bobbitt's very good at talking to strangers. We've come to help. We heard about all the bad things that happened here, and we wanted to try and help the ghost out.
The one
Well,
known
this
as
one's anyway.
the one known as Lif simply hovers silent, staying above the mantelpiece, while the two adults open their mouths and begin to whisper. I would like you all to make perception checks, please.
It's only an 11 this time for me.
Perception.
And the 5. I love the look of
no,
these dice, but they roll shit.
Okay.
Persuasion.
Yep,
Oh, your perception
perception.
is my wisdom.
Yeah,
So that is another 15.
Yeah, another 15. Okay, so Narthel and Bobbert, you both hear words in amongst their whispers. You must leave. We must make you leave.
Who's trying to Who's trying to tell you to make us leave? We can go and tell them to stop.
Make a charisma check, please, Bobbert. With advantage, as you seem to have already sort of befriended Lif.
That's going to be a 17.
Hey.
Bobbitt's very good at this.
I would like you to make perception checks again, please.
All of us, or just him?
Advantage,
Just-
since we've already
ju-
done this
just-
before.
Yeah, the rest of you who weren't able to discern them may make them again. Bobbert and Narthel, you don't need to make them.
Okay.
Oh, good. Awesome.
So
Go on.
just
5 again.
just Bulb and Lucian and Ava. I'll do Ava's. Yep, so M1, you're making a perception check again. Ah, pass. How did you do, Bulb?
5.
5? Okay, so everyone except Bulb, so Lucian and Ava can now hear. Here's the ghosts. This time the man's ghost floats forward, and he says, "Stronger ghosts in the floors above. They force us to do their bidding. We just want to leave."
Step forward as we go. Spirits, be friend or foe. I am Narthel of the city. Waterdeep City Guard, paladin to shit. I forget. And
No, the All-Father of the Giants.
yeah, the old father of the giants. Thank you.
I would assume they don't want to be our foe. I believe they're being forced by a
Well-
ghost upstairs.
This is why I'm asking my DM to.
I know.
And now I forget what I was going to say.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Just...
Pretty much, yeah, just asking friend or foe, like doing the paladin thing. You see spirits, you want to be 100% sure and whatnot.
You hear the ghosts ponder this, and then they whisper again. Bulb, make a perception check with advantage.
Hey,
That's a 11.
Ah, you can understand them now. The woman's ghost floats forwards and she says, "We died, helpless, bound here, forced here by him above, and the others who take pleasure in torment, and something below." She gestures to a wooden hatch barely visible in the layer of dust on the floor behind the bar, presumably which leads to the basement. She says, if you can detach him from this place, then we shall leave.
Be this the tiefling?
She says, yes, promised us safe harbour, a bed for the night, but we did not know it would be our grave. At this, the small child, Liff, floats forwards. He floats towards the bar and knocks another tankard off as it clatters loudly on the floor. He frowns sadly and he says, I just wanted to help.
I look at Bob. So just look at Bobbert and sort of gesture to him to slowly walk towards the child.
Bobbert sort of walks over and very sad by this and go, you tell us where the bad ghost is and we'll go take care of him. Is he upstairs or in the basement?
He says, the bad ghost is upstairs, but the reason he's here is he told us we must make sure no one enters the basement. He says something of his is down there. He says, Liff does not think you need to destroy the thing in the basement to get rid of him, but perhaps it could help. He says, either way, if you can get rid of the bad ghost, then Liff's friends will move on to the next plane. But Liff thinks he would like to stay because he never got to be bartender before he was... He fades away. He trails off.
Bo looks very serious for a moment and goes, okay, so Bobbert will help you guys. And Bobbert's friends will help too, won't you guys?
I,
Sure.
take a knee in front of the small child. You and your friends seem to be the good type of spectres. I will do everything in my power to help you. All you have to do is tell me what's in the basement and how we can obtain it to get rid of this evil.
I think I know what it is.
Liff says, we don't know, but it belongs to him. A treasure. It's got to be a treasure. Liff can't think of anything else worth protecting.
Well, I would suggest you three hide while we take care of this.
Yup.
With this, all three ghosts smile mournfully at you, and then they fade away. And as they fade away, the temperature in the room rises, returning once again to normal. With this, Volo sighs, sits down at the bar, pulls out a roll of parchment and a quill, and begins writing. Good spectres, beholden to something in the basement. Well, coming along did end up paying off. This is a fantastic start to my book.
There you go, Volo, and I just smack him on the shoulder. Still, like, not real. I know my strength, but kind of just trying to go as soft as I can. But I end up knocking the quill out of his hand.
He leans over to pick it up, and then he nervously laughs as he rolls up the parchment, puts it back in his cloak, and he says, well, very well. Let us either ascend or descend to whatever awaits. So, you know that the ghost of the tiefling proprietor, the serial killer, is on the floors above, but there is apparently something that belongs to him in the basement, and while it may be possible to banish him without destroying or recovering this object, Liff believed that it may help. So I'll leave the choice up to you, what you would like to do.
I'm voting for basement.
Yeah.
Alright.
What do you guys think?
Bulb slowly backs away from the basement. Bulb is not going underground again. Bulb needs to see sky.
Look at Bob and going, well, you protect Volvo and we'll go down in the basement.
Yep. You keep Volvo safe. We'll be back.
And what of Sir Lucian? Do you have any objection to heading down to the basement?
Looks like Sirloin's in.
Well, let's go.
Yeah, you're probably... The only thing that's putting you off is that you can't... You imagine it's going to be very dusty and dirty down there, but your armor is already covered in dust just from entering, so in for a penny, in for a pound.
I need a Kleenex.
I was going to say, before we go, just go over to Bulb and go, oh, come on, Bulb, it can't be as bad as it was last time. Look, Bubba will stay with you, and you could help him. What do you say?
Well, Bulb does need to keep an eye on you.
Yay!
Volo says, to the basement! And behind him, Veska groans and says, oh, because going underground worked so well last time.
Bulb just looks at her with a wry smile.
Bulb looks back and goes, well, we saved you guys last time, so we could do it again.
Nathal, you head over to the hatch behind the bar, and with years of disuse, it appears to be jammed into the floor. And so I would like either Nathal or Sir Lucius to make an athletics check to pull this hatch open.
What's his athletics at?
What is your strength? What is your athletics, Sir Lucian?
Passed.
He already passed, yeah. So Lucian just walks over and leans over, and he says, well, if I'm getting dust all over my bloody armor, then I may as well be useful.
Sure.
And he reaches over...
It's like a pompous arsehole.
Well, that's what we wrote him as. He pulls open the hatch with a loud wooden creak and descends the staircase underneath into the basement. The basement below appears to be shrouded in pure darkness. And so, those of you without dark vision will require a light.
See, I don't need that anymore.
No.
So you guys actually notice as we go downstairs, Bob blinks for a second, and his eyes start glowing an eerie yellow as my devil sight kicks in. Seems I can see him both magical and non-magical for a distance of 120 feet.
Yes.
Are there any pebbles on the ground?
Yes. Quite a few mixed amongst the debris.
I pick one up, cast light on it, and give it to Nathal.
Yep, and then Nathal holds it aloft as he leads you all downstairs into the basement.
Thank you, Bob. You're a nice person.
I see.
You emerge in what appears to be the dilapidated remains of what was once a storeroom. Several empty crates and barrels with labels that have long ago faded away are scattered throughout the room. There doesn't appear to be much of note here, however you see two doors, one leading into a room to the south, and one leading to a room to the west.
I think you need to restart the stream. It's still saying
no, he just needs to maximize the application, I think.
Yes. How is it looking now? Stream pause. Swap to your application to continue, but I have.
Oh dear.
The Discord app is surprisingly glitchy now.
Yeah. Give me a sec. I'm going to swap over to the browser version.
Yeah, no worries.
No worries.
Ladies and gentlemen, this right here is an example of why we need your support to help the
Okay.
New perk that then you guys decide on.
I actually didn't know he added it.
I haven't added it yet. But we will add it.
There will be a new perk arriving in the new year, hopefully. $25, I believe it is, and you can gain a guest spot on the Tuesday streams.
With Remy, yes.
With me as the DM, Kitty, M2, and Dark Gaia, or Dale.
Players.
So,
Lovely.
So here is the room in which you have emerged. As you can see, there's a door to the west, one to the south, and what is your passive perception, guys?
Mine
12.
is 12.
You keep asking me, and I keep telling you 10.
10, yeah.
I keep telling you no.
Yeah, pretty much. I don't see crap.
I would like Bulb to make a perception check, please.
You still want me to, or do you want M1 to? Because he has 16 apparently.
Oh, you can both make one then, please.
Okay, I'm not gone. I'm going to use my red die because I haven't fucked me over yet.
Modifying it, so I reckon you have a better chance.
Oh, 16? Well, that's already enough, but we'll see. Oh,
Perception, I've got a 10.
10, 13. Well, it's okay, because Sir Lucian noticed a section of the wall where there appeared to be a groove with less dust. As you know, he has an eye for cleanliness here. Sir Lucian notices that to the north, in the northern wall of the room, there is actually what appears to be a secret door buried in the stone wall.
Secret door. Smash the secret door. Smash the secret door.
I think I should smash the secret door.
All right, I'd
With
like
my
you to
19
make.
strength.
I'd like you to make an athletics check, please, Sir Lucian.
Very much pass.
So Lucian steps over, walks towards the northern wall, and then with a groan, grabs what appears to be a random stone and wrenches it. You hear a loud scraping sound as a section of the wall slides away and a cloud of dust billows out. You all cough as it washes over you, but on the other side of the secret door appears to be yet another stairwell leading down.
Huh.
Down we go.
Secret tunnel.
Secret
Thing,
tunnel.
no one else is doing it.
So,
Please be people.
you would like to enter the secret tunnel, or would you like to go to any of the adjoining rooms?
Secret tunnel.
I was going to say, we can always check them on the way back up.
Yeah,
You
we can
can.
always check one way back up.
Alright, secret tunnel it is.
Secret
You
tunnel.
step through the newly revealed doorway and begin to make your way down this narrow stairwell in single file, Narthel leading the way with the glowing pillar. Eventually, you come to the bottom of the staircase and find yourselves in a narrow and twisted passageway where the walls appear to be carved out of sheer rock, indicating that this passageway is at least partly natural and certainly not meant to be part of the building. As you descend, I would like all of you to make perception checks, please.
Say
God,
15.
damn it! That's a 9.
Damn.
I need new dice. I'm fucking finding another set of
That
dice.
is a 15.
A 15. Okay, so Narthel and Bulb and Sir Lucian, you notice that the floors and the rock walls are covered in what appear to be huge strands of spiderweb.
Oh. Spooders? Interesting.
Do you point it out to Bulb?
Yes.
Can I?
Do you know what type of spiders made these webs?
Can I cast a nature?
Make
Can
a
I
nature
do
check?
A nature check?
Go ahead,
Can I cast
please.
nature?
I wish to cast nature.
Is Ava with us?
Yes.
She is. She's in NPC mode.
Yep.
Yep.
Does she know nature or is she survival?
I don't have her character sheet. At getting it
No
would
problem, I'll do it.
require waking her up.
Fucking Christ. That's an 8.
An 8?
Yeah.
All you can tell is that the webs are abnormally large, but not the specific type of spider. I'm going to assume Ava has nature. I'm going to roll for her. Ava walks over and examines the webs, and she informs you that these webs appear to have been created by giant wolf spiders, and that these webs are intended to serve as a sort of warning system for the spiders, alerting them to the presence of their prey. And so, if you'd like to proceed, you will need to make dex checks to move through the webs without getting caught in them.
I would like to activate my Spooder Staff.
I mean, sure. That will allow the spiders will be able to get through without triggering the web, but that won't help you.
Yeah, no, I'm going to do the same plan as Nigel did last time. Send the spiders in beforehand.
Good. That's a good idea. Send the spiders to get killed off first so they appear sluggish so we can do the job much better.
Alright.
The Spooters should be more deadly at such low level.
Yeah, your spiders should be fine.
Yeah, last time I implemented that, we were level 11, 12?
Yeah.
Whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so you create, you slam the spider staff down on the floor, and the 3 spiders appear in front of you. You point down towards the end of the corridor, and they scurry, some of them along the walls, and some of them across the floor, until they enter the room, the very end of the corridor. And here, I will just bring up... And here, as they enter the room, they immediately rush towards the other 2 spiders that are in the room, moving up to them and attacking. And so let me roll for them. 1, 2, 3. Okay, one of your spiders got off a hit and dealt 8 damage to giant spider number 1.
Oh,
and
fantastic.
now that the spiders have launched into combat, they are very well alerted that you are here, so I would like you to roll for initiative, please.
That's
and that's when I get an 18. Fuck off. 19.
20 not nat.
20 not nat.
16.
16. Okay, how did M1 go?
18. Bob got 19.
18. Okay, 18 for...
Good mods there.
Yeah, good mods today.
Good roll.
I'll roll for Ava. Ava has
Dave's not actually been a bit.
14.
And now you've just cursed yourself.
18. Very well. Okay, here comes the battle music.
Hooray.
Alright. Okay, Bulb. You are up first.
Wait.
Didn't.
I'm sorry, no.
I'm-
Yeah, sorry, Bobbitt's up first.
Okay, can I hit any of them from where I'm standing?
No, you'll need to move forward.
Ah, dang. Alright,
You want to get rid of Mickey McRood because he's not.
I'm using him for moon move.
Let's go.
Oh, that's Veska. Alright, well, Bullet, where do I have to move to get the range? I'm guessing.
Probably in front of me or Lucian.
Yeah, in front
Alright.
of Nargle or Lucian, depending on which spider you want to hit.
Fair enough. Well, I might go after number 1 since it's already hurt.
Oh, sorry, number 2, I meant to say. So,
number
in
2.
front of
Or
Lucian.
number 2.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because I wasn't looking at the map when I dealt the damage.
That's okay.
Okay.
Bullet goes for an Eldritch Blast, and thanks to my upgrade from last time, I have Agonizing Blast. So, Yeah, basically I go for a Eldritch Blast, but it looks a little bit more volatile and slightly unstable this time compared to my regular ones.
Yep.
I'm just picturing...
Roll to hit with your Eldritch Blast.
And that's going to be a 19 to hit.
That's a hit. Roll for damage.
Alright, it's going to be whatever I roll plus 4. That's going to be 11 points of damage.
Ooh, nice. Bang! You hit the spider. It falls over, its legs squirming in the air, and then it flips back the right way up. Its pincers clicking in rage. Okay, it's Bulb's turn.
Okay. Bulb, is there anywhere that Bulb could be where he could hit both of them in a 15-foot cone?
No, unfortunately, because there is a pillar of stone in the way, and it's a small space.
Okay. That's okay. I'm gonna have to move up to in front of Narthel, I believe, to hit anything.
Yep.
So I move up in front of Narthel, produce flame, and throw it immediately.
At spider number 1?
Yes.
Alright, go ahead, make a ranged spell attack, please.
Yeah, I'm just getting produce flame up so I know the damage. Okay. 14 or 15, hold on, sorry. 15.
15, that's a hit, roll for damage.
Yes, that's a D8. Yes, 1d8 fire damage. That, luckily, is an 8.
An 8, a good hit. Your flames singe some of the hairs off the spider's bulky mass.
And then I move down.
Yep.
one spot.
Move down one spot, sure.
Actually, in hindsight, I probably should have moved after I attacked, but oh well.
Okay.
The other spider's in front of me.
It is the enemy turn. Spider number 1, its pincers clicking in rage, runs forwards, and it bites at Bulb. And it hits Bulb. And Bulb, you take 5 points of damage. And now you must make a constitution. Yep. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna make a joke. Don't worry. Go ahead.
And you must make a Constitution save, please.
Oh no.
I was gonna say, are you telling me that it rolled above a 12?
My God. Don't make those jokes. What the fuck?
13.
13. Okay, you take no poison damage.
Ooh.
Spider number 2 backs away from the group of 3 spiders, climbs up onto the roof, and then drops down in front of Bobbit and Sir Lucian. And it rushes at Bobbit and bites at him.
I was going to say, wouldn't that be an attack of opportunity for Lucian then?
Yes, it is. Lucian, you may roll an attack of opportunity against the spider. Roll to hit, please.
Wait, did it disengage from the spiders when it backed off from them?
Yes, it did, and then it climbed across the...
Okay.
It didn't disengage, but it crawled across the roof above them, so no attack of opportunity. Because they could do that. Alright, and...
plus its strength?
Yep. So Lucian, as the spider drops down in front of you, you lash out with your longsword, lopping off one of its front legs. Make your damage roll, please. Damage roll, M1. Great, I'll do it then.
See, hooray for Solution actually landing a hit without dropping the sword this week.
Yep. He deals 6 points of damage as he cuts off one of its front legs, but it is still up. Okay.
Bloody hell.
It snaps its pincers at Bobbit, struggling to remain on its feet, and... it hits Bobbit, and it deals 4 points of damage. And Bobbit, you must make a Constitution save.
Okay, what's That's going to be 20 not nat.
Okay, you do not get any poison damage.
Hooray!
Okay. It is now Veska's turn. She steps forward, and from where she is, aims a ray of frost at spider number 2. And she hits it. And as the ray of frost hits its body, it flips over and curls up, dead as crystals of ice begin to blossom over its body. Okay.
Moon.
It is now Narthel's turn.
Hey, let's go for a lot.
Alright, spider number 1 it is.
That is a, what is my thing? That's a +9. That is a, hello Archie, 20 not nat.
20 not nat, that's a hit. Roll for damage. And also, I checked your axe and it should be 2d6, not 2d8. So 2d6. Yes.
Sadness. Why do you do this to me, Dale? Why?
Because I do.
Oh, okay. Oh. 6 does... okay, hold on. That is 11.
11. A good hit. You swing with your axe, sending one of its legs flying into the back room. It rears up, clicking its teeth. It's Ava's turn. She flies up into the air, flying over the spider. And then, with the spider flanked, she makes 2 attacks at advantage with her short swords. And both of them hit, and she deals 4 points of damage to it, smashing her short sword into its abdomen, but not killing it. Okay, it is the group of 3 spiders' turn. They scuttle past Ava, across the wall, and ambush spider number 1. And
Things just got the crap kicked out of it on all sides. Look at it.
Yeah, that spider's ganked.
and 2 of them hit. 2 of them hit, and spider 1 is destroyed as Narthel's summoned spiders set upon it and begin consuming fluid from its husk once it's dead.
Can I harvest the wolf spider?
Yes, you can attempt to.
Okay.
Can I harvest the other one?
Yes, you can. I'd like both of you to make dex checks, please.
Wouldn't the other one just be crystallized now?
Yeah, but it's...
Still harvest stuff.
Yeah, but you can still make your dex check with disadvantage, Remy, because it is frozen.
Because I thought about
that one.
Nat 1. Yeah, you attempt to cut the poison gland off, but it just shatters.
So what am I rolling again?
Dex, please.
That's an 18.
Okay, you do manage to cut off the venom gland, perhaps the only part of the spider left after your own spiders are through sucking all of the fluid out of its corpse.
Bobbit would like to ride one of the spiders.
Yeah, very well, Bobbit can ride one of the spiders. I assume you're keeping them summoned?
Yeah. Wait, I can keep them summoned?
Yeah, they don't disappear. They stay around until you choose to unsummon them or an hour passes.
But they never survived long enough for you to know that.
They usually just die off before that happens.
To be fair, the first few times they did survive, but they vanished after combat.
Yes. Oh, well, that's because they were unsummoned because they weren't needed anymore. But yeah. So you
feeling bad for the druid, I tossed my venom gland bulb.
Oh, how nice.
Do you want to check the rest of this area just in case the thing we're looking for is in here?
So after combat is over, you determine that you have emerged in what appears to be 2 rectangular-shaped rooms joined together. They're walls made of sheer stone, but unlike the corridor that led here, these are carved in extremely straight right angles, meaning this room has been carved out for a specific purpose. However, there does not appear to be anything in this room. The walls are featureless, the roof is featureless, and the floor is featureless. Or is it? I would like Bobbit to please make an investigate check with disadvantage.
While Bobbit does that, can
Yep.
Bulb look for spider eggs?
Sure. Make an investigate check of your own, please.
Okay. Fuck off with the net ones! Come on! I got...
Sorry, I was about to do something sort of the same vein, Remy. Can I look for Remy? But also, can I try harvest some of the spider webs? For the silk.
Well, once you remove the spider webs from the thing, they won't really retain their properties. So
okay, so
yeah.
I'll just search for the eggs.
Yeah. So you've determined that the eggs, if they exist, are not in a part of this room that you can access. That said, they must be somewhere, and you suspect that these are not the only spiders in Trollskull Manor.
Huh. Fun.
Meanwhile, Bobbit, what did you get on your investigate check?
With disadvantage, I got an 11.
11. At first, Bobbit, you just think this room is boring, and you're about to turn and leave. But then you notice, in the northeasternmost corner of the second rectangular room, almost completely invisible, a series of scratches in the floor that appear to form a 5-pointed star.
Oh? How would I go about investigating this?
Well, you investigate it, looking at it, and you cannot detect any secret mechanism or anything. It appears as if there's just a 5-pointed star engraved clumsily into the floor. It's about the size of your hand, and you suspect that it may be magical.
Can I cast Detect Magic as a ritual?
Yes, you
I
can.
do an Arcana check, but
You can do an Arcana check. Alright, make an Arcana check first. And if not, Bulb can cast Detect Magic as a ritual.
That's a 17.
You determine that it is a magical glyph of some kind. It appears to be something... It appears to be the kind of mark that you would draw as part of a summoning ritual. All it requires is a bit of magical power, so it may be activated.
Like my magical power, possibly?
Yeah, go ahead. Would you like to shoot an Eldritch Blast at it?
Okay.
Alright.
Basically, just before anyone has a chance to ask what I'm doing, I basically just put my hand over it and fire off an Eldritch Blast to see what happens.
You place your hand over it and you fire an Eldritch Blast, and as your ray of energy touches the circle, it changes into what appears to be a cascading wave of light that billows throughout the room. And once your Eldritch Blast is gone, sitting there in the middle of the star, which is now glowing a bright light, is a small bronze key.
Oh. Bubba will pick that up and hold on to it.
Very well. It may be of some use. After all, it appears they went to some lengths to hide it.
Can Bulb cast Produce Flame on it and see if it produces another one?
Yes, go ahead. You snap your fingers and produce a small flickering flame and toss it onto the star. Once again, as your magic hits the star, it turns into a wave of light that billows throughout the room. But nothing else happens.
Okay.
Can't see the thing. Until now, keep an eye out for more stars.
Yes.
We must find more stars.
Yes. Would you like to leave this room and return to the basement proper?
Yeah, I mean, if there's nothing else in here apart from that key, we'll, imagine we would head back.
Alright. So you head back up into the main basement room. There are 2 adjoining rooms, one to the south and one to the west. Which one would you like?
Bulb votes south.
South.
Okay.
Alright.
Work.
Anyone have any objections?
No.
No, I'm good.
Alright. You walk over to the wooden door to the south, and as you push it, it breaks off its hinges and loudly falls to the ground, letting up a cloud of smoke. And then you see something scurrying on the other side in the layer of dust.
Oh.
Bulb will no longer be making any more suggestions.
More spooters?
You see, on the other side of the door, which one is... wrong layer, layer 2. A swarm of rats.
Wow.
Rats.
Attracted to the noise and seeing fresh meat standing in the doorway, they immediately begin to scurry in your direction. Roll for initiative, please.
Oh no! It's only going to be an 11 for me this time.
That is a 22.
I got a nat 20 on my fucking initiative.
Oh, yeah.
So that's a 21. These dice are fucking with me, I swear.
Technically, because you got a nat 20, that means you go first.
Ooh, nat 20 for M1 as well. Alright.
Oh.
Well, Remy has more
why
dex
is
though,
he
so
setting
I
up?
will put...
Oh no, I only have 1 dex.
Yeah, but he has -1 on his dex mod, so I'm going to put him at 19 and you at 20.
Okay.
Put Kitty at 14. Very well. Okay, Narthel, you are up first.
How many rats are there?
It's a swarm of rats. There appears to be as many as 20 or 30 of them.
Oh my god.
Smash
Is
them all.
there anything around the room?
Would you like to
what's in the room?
spend... Would you like to spend an action to do a perception check to search the room?
Yeah, sure.
Alright, make a perception check, please.
That is a 17.
The room is bare, save for some crates stacked in the corner. Most of them appear to be empty, but you notice one of them has the word grain painted on the side, and based upon the fact that the lid is still intact and has not been removed, you determine that this crate still has some grain inside.
Alright.
So we could use the grain for the rats?
So I still have a bonus action.
Yes, still have a bonus action.
Can I use that bonus action to lob my axe into the crate?
Sure. Go ahead, make an attack roll. I will determine if you hit the crate or not.
Alright, that is a 2. What is a +9? Yes, it is a +9. That is a 12 +9. Whatever 12 +9 is, so my math is
Yeah.
bad.
You hurl your axe towards the crate, and it buries itself in the side of the crate. The crate splits open, and inside you can see what was once grain, except it has decomposed with age and is now primarily maggots and insects. Just the same, this appears to still attract some of the rats, and I would like you to roll a 1d. I'd like you to roll 1d6, please.
A 1d6, okay.
Yep.
That is a 5.
A 5. At least 5 of the rats break off from the swarm and dart towards the crate to feast upon the insects instead.
Nice.
Okay. It is your turn, Bulb.
Bulb was just gonna produce flame and throw it.
Yep, at the swarm of rats.
Yeah, in the same attack.
Yep, make a ranged attack, please.
Unless the 7 hits, they missed.
Yeah. There are a lot of rats, and as the flame flies towards them, they disperse in many directions, and your flame hits the floor, leaving a little scorch mark.
I would like to use a bonus action to prepare a reaction.
What would you like to do?
If the rats move 5 feet towards us, I would like to throw another produce flame at them.
Very well, very well. Okay, it is the enemy's turn. And you hear more squeaking and scurrying coming from the other room. And there are 2 more swarms of rats in the other room.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
No.
Rat swarm number 2 scurries across the room under the door, and it pops up behind Bobbit.
Oh no.
The rats swarm at you, Bobbit, and they roll a 5 to hit. And so, Bobbit, you dance on the spot, jumping over the rats and dodging and weaving as they attempt to swarm you.
Isn't he still on one of the spooters?
Yes, he is. And in fact, the spooters get an attack of opportunity from this at rat swarm number 2. And 2 of them hit, and they deal 8 damage altogether, killing a significant proportion of the rats.
Hey.
Rat swarm number 1 rushes forwards, and it engages Narthel.
Yep.
And
activate Bulb's
well,
reaction.
he specifically rat swarm number 3. Yeah.
And
And rat swarm number 1 nat 20s on its attack.
Holy shit!
And so Narthel, you are taking. Let us see how much damage.
They're gonna get under his armor.
6 points of damage as they surge up your leg, try to get under your armor and begin biting your bare skin. So 6 points of damage from that. And meanwhile, rat swarm number 3 scurries up towards Ava, prompting Bulb's reaction. Bulb, you may make a ranged spell attack, please.
That's 14.
14, that's a hit. Roll for damage.
That's 4 damage.
4 damage. You burn off a portion of the rats. It now looks as if there's about half remaining in the swarm. Okay, it is Sir Lucian's turn.
Okay, so I am Sir Lucian in the corner. If I
Yep.
throw my hand axe as
You
a
wanna
ranged weapon towards 1 or 3, can I do that without hurting any of my teammates?
Yeah, sure. You can throw it at 3's the weakest one, so would you like to do that?
I will
so
be right back.
huzzah in
Yep.
this direction.
So you raise your
Huzzah.
hand axe and you hurl it at rat swarm number 3. Roll to hit, please.
Oh, fair, you bitch.
Ooh,
Is
let's...
it possible for it to ricochet off the wall? And
No,
actually hit the-
but you do, as a second level fighter, you do have action surge. So would you like to use your action surge and take another action to try again?
You can do it now. You could save it for if we come against the boss.
That's right, and actually, no, I'll save that.
Alright, because... let me see if action surge comes back on a long or a short rest.
It's
It's a
a
short
long rest, I think.
Action surge... Fighter 2, action surge... no, it comes back on a short rest.
Oh, there you go.
So if you use it now and have a short rest, you can get it back.
I was going to say when we have the bigger battle. That's fine.
Ah,
I'll save it.
Alright, go ahead. Alright. It is now Veska's turn. Wedged in the room, she raises her hands and sends out a magic missile, splitting 2 missiles to Swarm 1 and 1 to Swarm number 3.
Ooh.
And so she rolls 8 points of damage to Swarm 3 and 4 points of damage 4 points of damage to Swarm 3 and 8 points of damage to Swarm 1. Swarm 3, there's only about a third of them left, and Swarm 1 is getting smaller. It is Ava's turn. Ava spreads her wings, and she flies over behind Rat Swarm number 3, and she makes 2 attacks. Her first one misses, but her second one hits, and she deals 3 points of damage with her short sword, knocking it out a few rats, but there are still plenty left. Okay, it is now Bobbit's turn.
Well, if they say if at first you don't succeed, 5 more Eldritch Blasts. That's going to be a 19 to hit.
19 to hit. That's a hit. And which one are you hitting? Number 3 or number 1 or number 2?
I'm going to go with number 2 since they're
Ah, yes.
attacking me. And that's going to be 12 points of damage.
12 points of damage. Okay. Boom! You send about half of the rats in the swarm flying, leaving half left. Okay. It is now Nathal's turn.
How far away from the axe?
You can just pick it up now as a bonus action.
Oh yeah, we'll do that. Do that and smash.
Yep. You pick up your axe out of the side of the crate and then you rush towards Rat Swarm. You're going to go for number 1 or 3? If you go for 3, 1 will get an attack of opportunity.
Yeah, we'll go for 1.
Alright, go ahead. Roll to hit.
Oh, non-nat 20.
Non-nat 20. That's still a hit. Roll for damage.
Ooh, actually, that's good. That's 16.
I'm back,
16. Ooh, that's a good hit. You swing your axe and you crush the other half of the swarm, smashing the rats one by one in a flurry of blows.
I hope they weren't any descendants of Predicus.
Hopefully not. Okay, Bulb, it's your turn.
Okay, did I take any in the last couple minutes?
No, you didn't.
Okay, cool. I just cast Produce Flame at Swarm number 3.
Yep, go ahead, roll to hit.
God, no, that's an 8.
An 8. Yeah, that won't hit because the AC for a rat swarm is 10. Would you like to prepare a reaction or move?
Yeah. I would like to prepare a reaction of if the rat swarm attacks anybody, I would like to cast Produce Flame and throw it at them.
Very well, very well. Okay. It is now the enemy's turn. So first of all, the 3 spiders make attacks against Rat Swarm number 2. One of them hits and deals 3 points of damage. Rat Swarm number 2 bites at Bobbit. And it hits this time. From the spiders. And once again, one of the spiders hits. It deals 6 points of damage. This swarm is now nearly done for. And their attack is going to be weaker since there's less than half of them remaining. And
Yay.
Bobbit, you take 3 points of piercing damage.
I'm getting a nap after this.
And Rat Swarm number 3 decides to rush towards Narthel, triggering Bulb's reaction. So Bulb, make a ranged spell
wouldn't that
attack.
be an attack of opportunity from Ava as well?
Yes, it is an attack. It is an attack of opportunity from Ava, but she only gets to attack once, and she swings and misses. Probably because she's flying in the air.
I rolled a nat 1.
Nat 1.
shit.
So once again, you miss.
5.
The rats swarm over Narthel. The
Like
rats.
if one, this spell just kind of like fizzles out and does nothing.
Yep. The rats swarm over Narthel, but they are unable to pierce your armor, and you pull them off your body one by one. It is Sir Lucian's turn.
Shit, sorry.
That's
Alright,
okay, M1.
I've got about 50 tabs open, so it's
Yeah, me too.
scrolling along.
What? How the fuck do you guys
Um,
do shit like that? My god.
Pardon?
Yeah. Just do it.
Can I get Sir Lucian to charge at
Rat swarm number 3?
number 3?
Yeah, you sure can.
Please.
Alright, you rush towards Rat swarm number 3, brandishing your longsword. Roll to attack.
This is for my axe, you bastard. Alright, rolling d20. 11. I think that's a no.
That's a hit, 11. So roll your damage.
Oh dear. Okie dokie, let's do this. 1d10. No. Fuck. Oh god. I lost the tab again.
Oh,
Yes,
well, your
sorry.
longsword will be 1d8 plus
Yeah.
4, I believe.
Yeah. 6 done.
6. And you leap forward, and with a series of blows, cut away the remaining rats. With little effort. Okay, it's Veska's turn. She raises her hand and fires a ray of frost at Rat Swarm 2, which hits, and she hits for 8, and that destroys the remaining rats in that swarm as well.
Hey.
Hooray!
So Moon
Yay.
putting in some work.
She
Okay.
destroyed stuff.
Combat is over.
Bulb is just looking at his hand, shaking his head.
Robert is slightly scuffed up and asking quietly for a quick meal, or basically just gets out his bread and starts chewing on it.
Now that
Which
as Bobbit looks around with some scuffs and begins chewing on bread, Ava steps forwards on her cassowary and she snaps her finger and hands Bobbit. Let me see. She hands Bobbit 4 good berries,
Ooh!
healing him 4 hit points.
Yay!
yeah, I forgot
Ava.
Rangers could do that.
Yeah, well, Ava.
Yeah.
Well, Kitty said last time she took good berry, so
Yeah.
it's one spell I know she has.
Yeah, it's pretty
Probably
Yes.
sitting there going, yay for berries!
As you, and then she takes the other 6 good berries and puts them in her knapsack for later. And then she looks over at Bobbit and she says, "Eat up, little one," and opens her beak as if she's regurgitating food to a baby.
Bobbit immediately just looks in horror and just starts eating the berries very quickly himself.
Bulb starts taking notes.
Now that you have cleared out the rats, you can access the main portion of the basement. Just like the rest, there appears to be nothing of note. The few crates and old kegs and casks that are here are mainly empty and or destroyed. Though you notice that at the very least there is a single wine cask that appears to be untouched. You also notice a stairwell in the bottom, southwesternmost corner of the room that appears to lead down to another level of the basement.
Cool.
I would like to look at that casket of wine.
Yep. You walk over to the casket of wine, and it appears to have never been used. The cork is still in the tap. You can just barely make out some words written on the side of the cask. Would you like to attempt to discern the words with a perception check, or would you just like to uncork it and take a sip?
Oh no, I'd like to read. I'm no longer trusting wine.
Very well. Make a perception check, please.
It's an 18.
You step forward, squint your eyes trying to make out the faded lettering, and you blow some dust away. Then you step back, and you could finally read it. It says, Cooper's Vintages, Alvin Wine, 20 litres.
No. See, this is why.
You need fortified
God.
Elvish wine. Long
love
before
it,
Dan got there.
God fucking damn it.
This is probably what, you know what? This is probably why the other tiefling went insane and killed everyone.
Yeah, because he spent a lot of money on that, and then it found out it was piss. So, like, he was now
God, I was kidding, but yeah, sure, let's roll with that.
Smash the bottle.
Yeah, you just bring your axe down on it, and a clear, vaguely yellow tinted liquid begins to leak out over the basement floor. It smells oddly of urine.
Daddy knows.
Oh yeah, Daddy would have told you some awful stories about that one.
The Dan Cooper crossover special.
So would you like to proceed into the next level of the basement?
Can we take a short
rest?
Actually, no. I'm gonna have a potion up, because...
Oh yes, you do have a potion of healing.
I have 2 potions.
Do you need healing?
Yes.
I have 3 spell slots now, so I don't mind using 1 to cure wounds you. And that way you keep... missing. That way you keep the expensive
potion.
Healing potion.
Alright, I will gladly take a heal.
I just need to move my dog so I can roll.
Yep.
Cure wounds, 1d8 plus your spellcasting. So, d8. They've been rolling decently for me today. 10 health.
Ooh, nice.
Back up to full.
Oh,
Back up to full.
Spellcasting ability modifier. No, sorry, not 10. That was 8.
That's still solid. Still solid.
Back up to full.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Very good. Does anyone else need healing?
Bobbit just ate 4 good berries.
Yeah, Bobbit's doing well. He's happy, he's had a snack.
Do you need healing, Bulb?
I'm at 14 out of 20. I can take 1 more hit, I think, before I will need to heal myself, so...
Ava offers you 6 good berries.
I mean, if she's going to offer them, I would take 5 of them so that she has 1 to revive someone if she needs to.
That's a good idea. You take 5 and eat them, going up to 19 hit points, and leaving 1 with Ava just in case. And then you head down to the next level of the basement.
I will unfortunately be right back again. Sorry.
The second level of the basement appears to be a later addition to the building, based on the fact that the walls here are not made out of bricks and masonry, but like the hidden room from before, appear to be carved out of a sheer rock face. Furthermore, the furniture in this room makes it resemble something of a kitchen. There is a table with a cauldron beside it and a large wooden cupboard. Aside from that, there does not appear to be anything of note.
Barbett's gonna check the cupboard to see if there's any more snacks around.
You walk up and open the cupboard, and inside you see rows upon rows of dusty glass jars, which, according to the faded labels, once contained herbs and spices.
Hey, guess what I just got delivered?
What'd you get
My
delivered?
death whistle.
Yay! You notice that the majority of the spices are quite spicy varieties, and that this would perhaps be appealing to the palate of a tiefling.
Would any of these jars, the ingredients just be like faded and not useful at all?
I'd like you to make a nature check, please, or a survival check.
Make a nature. And I'm using dice that have been tried and tested before.
Yeah, he's getting other veterans for this one.
There we go, that's much better. That's a 19.
Hey.
The majority of the spices are just ordinary kitchen seasonings, and although they appear to be decades old, it wouldn't be unhealthy to eat them. There is one jar at the back of the pantry, however. Its label long ago faded away, but as you unscrew the lid and take a whiff of the aroma, you determine that this is the powdered version of a goodberry. And as such, anyone who consumes this entire jar of powdered goodberry can recover a hit point.
Solid.
Well, I'll take that.
Snort the healing powder.
I don't snort it. I just take it to keep with me. Does it have a weight?
It does. It weighs one unit.
That's some heavy white powder.
Powdered goodberry, so 1 pound, I guess you mean?
Yep, 1 pound.
Yep. And then, can I just take a couple of the, 5 or 6 of the less full jars?
Yep, sure.
Just that random?
These are just random kitchen spices, which some of them are quite rare, actually, and may fetch a price.
Oh, well, no, I'm wanting to empty them so that I have jars to shit.
Yes. So you just unscrew them, tip the spice down on the floor, and you now have 4 or 5 empty jars.
Will they have weight?
Yes, they'll weigh 1 each.
Okay. 1 each?
But when you whatever you put in them, they'll weigh the same.
Okay, cool. No, thank you. So I'll go 5 empty jars.
Is there anything else you'd like to check in this kitchen before you move on?
Well, now that you said that some of them may fetch a price, can I check to see if I know which ones can fetch a price on the market?
Yeah, sure. Make a nature check with disadvantage.
Disadvantage? Okay. I've only got 1 of the tried and tested. That's a 7.
You find 1 jar of spices that appear to have been imported from Kalimshan, and if you were to sell these to an appropriate seller, they could fetch upwards of 20 gold. This 1 jar.
GP, and that's 1 pound. Thank you. I'm done looking at the jars now.
Yep. Anyone else want to do anything before you move on into the next room?
Can I just roll for investigation and see if there's anything else in the kitchen?
Yes, sure. Go ahead and roll for investigation.
No, Archie, meow's not the answer.
Yes, meow.
Investigation is... Oh, I don't have intelligence, so that's a flat 16.
You look around the room, and at first you find nothing, but then something with an off-white colour catches your eye underneath the preparation counter. You lean over and pick it up, and it appears to be the upper half of a human skull.
Oh. Oh my. Can I cast Detect Magic on it?
You can, but that's not a cantrip, so you will waste a spell.
Oh, it's not a cantrip. Okay.
Yeah.
No, never mind.
Well, we can do an Arcana check if you want.
Oh, yep, that works. Here you go, little child.
Yeah, the only reason I can do detect magic for free is because I spend 10 minutes doing it as a ritual.
Well, actually, would you like to do a medicine check on it?
I mean, I rolled a 21 on Arcana.
Okay, you do an Arcana check, and you determine that there's nothing magical about the skull. However, as you think about it, unbidden, images pop into your mind of a cauldron with human flesh boiling inside, and Mr. Stick says, an unorthodox potion ingredient, but it has its uses.
Huh.
Okay, so there's a cauldron somewhere then.
Well, the cauldron's right here. It's the same
cauldron's
cauldron,
right
but it's empty and it's just full of dust. There's no signs of anything in it.
So it will be like a memory back into the past or something, I'm
Yeah,
guessing.
it hasn't been used for decades.
Yep.
Bubba would like to keep the skull, though.
Very well.
Oh, okay.
Were you going to give it a proper burial?
I was.
For it.
You move...
Yeah.
Yep, are we done in this room?
Yeah, I believe so.
You move into the next room, which appears to be some sort of makeshift dining room with a wooden table and 2 chairs. You have just enough time to notice some stains on the wooden dining table that may be old blood stains before you hear around you. The temperature in the room grows cold, and in front of you materialize 2 spectres. Roll for initiative, please.
Oh, do we get to try and talk to these ones?
As soon as the spectres materialize, they grin. Evil grins.
That'll be a no then.
One of them holds out its arm and simply utters the word, kill.
That is a 23.
23 for Liam.
That is a nat 20 for me, but that sort of comes to a 23 all up.
Okay, so we'll put you first, Bobbit. How did Remy go?
Bob got 9.
Bob got 9.
So both me and Bob got 23. Don't we have to reroll?
No, what I do this... Well, it's easy to settle because he got a nat 20, so I'm just putting him ahead of you.
Okay.
Right. And what did M1 get? Let me see. M1 got a nat 20 as well. Well, M1 can go right after Liam because Liam has higher dex than him. So that is...
my spooters still here?
Your spooters are still here, an hour has not passed. Bobbit is still riding one, in fact. Okay, Bobbit, you may go first.
Alright, well... gonna do what a warlock does best, and... all these ghosts. I suppose I have to move into the room with them, don't I?
Or at least standing next to, Narthel there.
Fair enough. Well, in that case, I'll do that, and time for another good old-fashioned Eldritch Blast.
Alright, go ahead. Roll to hit, please.
21 to hit.
21 to hit, and that is a hit. Roll for damage.
I'd be really, really scared if it bloody wasn't. That's going to be 8 points of damage.
8 points of damage, not bad at all. You lean through the doorway and you fire an Eldritch Blast at one of the spectres. The ray hits it, and you see a hole appear in its chest, which quickly closes up, and it drifts along the room as if suddenly receiving a gust from a heavy wind.
So as a bonus action, can I throw the skull piece at it?
Yeah, sure. You hurl...
I'm guessing it's not going to do anything, but Bobbit just goes, "This is probably yours, you mean ghost, so have it back," and just lob it at them.
You hurl the skull. It hits the spectre, which looks at it momentarily, and then it frowns and looks back at you. Next up, we have... Narthel, your turn.
Okay, I'm gonna save my spell slots for the end. So I'll just Smash. Smash.
Yep, which one? 1 or 2?
We'll go for the one Bobbit was hitting.
Alright, so that'll be number 2 then.
That is a non-nat 20.
Non-nat 20? That is a... Yep.
Isn't his axe non-magical?
Yep, that's correct. But he still hits it. He still hits it,
Would-
but now he has to roll damage, and it's just going to take half of that, because it has resistance to non-magical weapons.
There you go.
Okay, so that is 6 plus 11 minus... Well, it's 11 all up. So
11 all up, so it takes 6 points of damage from your axe. Would you like to add a smite onto that, maybe, to deal some radiant damage? Or would you like to save your slots?
Yeah, I want to save my slots, but I don't. As a reaction for next turn, if they attack me, I would like to flash my holy symbol at whoever's attacking me.
Very well, very well. Okay, it is Sir Lucian's turn.
Okay, dokie. Can I please throw my hand axe again that I picked up on the floor last time?
At Spectre number 1? Very well.
Actually,
Roll.
go for number 2.
Alright, so you'll just have to move into the doorway then. Alright. Alright, go ahead. Roll to hit, please.
Alright, let's do this. I really hope Ricochet can. No, they do not. Slight improvement of a 3.
3, would you like to use your action surge and try again?
Oh fuck yeah, let's use it this time.
Alright, action surge, roll to hit again.
Hey.
Hey, much better, 12, that's enough to hit. Okay, roll your damage.
D6 plus 4. 6 plus 4. Ethan.
Ooh, okay, so the Spectre takes 4 points of damage from your axe, which sails through it and then hits the wall on the other side, clattering to the floor. Okay, it is now the enemy's turn. Bobbit, are you still riding the spider?
No.
Okay, okay. Because the spiders take this opportunity to rush into the room, and all of them attack Spectre number 1. And unfortunately, all 3 miss. Okay, Spectre number 2 attacks Narthel. Narthel, you take this opportunity to brandish your holy symbol. What do you do as you brandish the holy symbol?
In the name of All Father, protect me!
Okay, so it's going to get a -1 on its attack as you're brandishing the holy symbol. And it attacks you. And... holy fuck it, nat 20! Okay. Yeah, you're getting unlucky with the nat 20s today. Okay, so that's going to be...
If anything, it seems more pissed off that you pull out its holy symbol than scared.
Well, I'm going to roll the damage in the chat. So you take 20 points of necrotic damage.
Hey, guess who's dead?
Ooh, you're making a death save.
Yep, I've only got 19 HP.
Ooh, okay, so you're making your first death save. So go ahead and roll the death save.
That's a 6. That's a fail, isn't it?
Yes, that's your first death save, and it is a fail. And because you went down, it can't do its secondary effect, so you were fine. So what happens when the spectres attack you, you then have to succeed on a constitution save, and if you don't, then your max HP goes down to your current HP. But obviously, they can't do that.
Got lucky there.
Yeah. They can't do that when... Yeah, they can't do that when your when your current HP is 0. Spectre number 1 floats through the wall, pops up behind Bulb, and goes in for an attack. And
Does he
let
attack
us...
of opportunity?
From Bobbit, yes, he does actually. So go ahead, Bobbit.
Oh, good. Which means I can finally use my Warcaster ability. Because as long as I'm as long as I use, it has a casting time of 1 action, it's only targeting 1 creature, I can throw an Eldritch Blast at its ass.
Alright, so go ahead and roll to hit.
And I'm eternally sad that crits don't work for spells, because that's about 20.
Actually, crits do work for attack spells that you roll for, so you get to double your Eldritch Blast.
Oh, this gonna hurt. Let's see. 9 plus 4, so that's gonna be 26 points of damage.
Boom!
Can I say it's appeared through the wall, Bobbit, still looking the other way, just raises a hand without even blinking and just obliterates it.
You hit the spectre, and as your blast hits it, its incorporeal form turns into a wisp of smoke and disappears.
God damn!
Bulb, seeing what was coming for him and then seeing what the child did, makes an internal agreement that no matter what suspicions he has about the child, he is eternally grateful.
Yep, and Bulb, are you... I did roll for its attack before he got the attack off, and it rolled 11, so it just missed you anyway, so you were lucky. Okay.
Basically, yeah, it went to go and hit and just sort of looked left and went, oh crap.
It is now Bulb's turn.
Yep.
If I were to stand behind Bobbit,
Yep.
would I be able to see Spectre
Yes,
number 2?
you can.
Okay, I would like to, I guess, produce flame and throw that flame at it.
Alright, go ahead, roll to
my
hit.
Corpse up.
What was that?
Wall my corpse up.
It's fine.
Ooh.
You're fine.
Actually, hold on, 2 seconds, sorry. Would I then be able to cast Healing Word?
Yes, you would actually. Would you like to cast Healing Word on
Bonus
Narthel?
action.
Oh yeah, you can do both,
Although-
yes.
If it's close to death, then we can heal him without wasting one of my spell slots.
Yes, well you don't know how close to death it is.
I know, that's the problem. And if
So
he
it's-
nat 1's on his fucking death save, then he's dead. Yeah, okay. Yeah, but if you nat 1...
Yeah, and nat 1 counts as 2 failures, so if you nat 1 on your next death save, you will die. But if you nat 20, that
Okay.
counts as 2 passes.
I cast Healing Word as my bonus action
Yep,
on Narthel.
Narthel. Okay, so how much
Which
do you
is
heal him
8d4.
for?
A D4. That is 7 health.
7 health. Well, that'll get him on his feet.
Dead.
Alright, now what
Um,
would you like to do?
And then I cast Produce Flame and throw it.
Alright, roll to hit.
That is a unnatural 20.
Unnatural 20, that's a hit. Roll for damage.
Unfortunately, that's only a 2. But,
A
you know,
2?
it's better than nothing.
But he had 2 hit points
Oh.
remaining.
Oh.
And so, as your flame hits the spectre, its body fizzles away into a plume of smoke, and it disappears. The temperature Yep, go ahead.
I'm glad I did the healing thing of raising Narthel again.
Yeah.
But that was really a waste of stuff.
Yeah.
yeah. But we didn't know.
Oh well, yep.
I'm
Yeah,
giddy that Eldritch Blasts can crit, because I did not know this, and I'm very happy to hear this.
The temperature in the room
I'm-
returns to normal, and the whispering and the sense of dread soon subside. You enter the room and rejoin Narthel. Would you like to take a short rest?
Yes.
Alright.
I would
This-
like them to heal without me using enough
Yep,
of my life.
this will dispel the summoned spiders, and the spider staff requires a long rest to be used
Yep.
again. So
That's fine.
So the 3 spiders who survived wave goodbye with their front legs as they disappear. You sit down.
In a long time.
You sit down at the blood-stained dining table, and have a short rest. And because you have fresh bread, when you roll your hit dice to heal, you may add an additional 1 hit point to what you roll.
Oh, neat.
Cool.
I am not using my dice.
Actually,
Because I'm still at 19, so...
yeah, I'm at 18, so I'm not... Yeah, I'm good. I don't really need one. Can I use this time to look around while everyone else is resting?
Yeah, sure, but first, M1, instead of spending a hit dice, would you like to use your second win since you get that back at a short rest anyway? I don't even think you're hurt. Yeah, you don't have any damage. You don't need to do anything. But you do get your action surge back. Yeah, you do get your action surge back. No, unfortunately, you can only use it on yourself. But you do get your action surge back, so you're getting something out of this rest. Bobbit, make an investigate check, please.
That's gonna be a 10. I don't think I get anything for investigation. Oh yeah, I do. That's gonna be a 12.
12? While everyone's having a short rest, you examine the room, and this makeshift dining room is almost bare, save for the dining table. And in addition to the stains on the dining table, you also notice several similar stains on the stone tiles that serve as the floor, essentially forming a trail leading from the kitchen.
Okay, I was gonna say, can I check the other rooms while we're here, or are we just only...
Yeah, sure, you can check the other rooms.
Bulb goes with him because Bulb doesn't need the rest.
Yep.
Yeah. Plus, I think you want to keep an eye on me while we're exploring, while I'm exploring
That's true.
shit.
Also, do spirits drop anything, like when they go, or do they just dissipate?
They just fade. Depends on the type of spirit. These ones just dissipate. Okay. Sometimes they'll leave ectoplasm, but...
Okay, I was gonna say, my one didn't get a chance to drop a damn thing, because it just got wiped clean out of existence.
Yeah, like the first tier of spirit, the first spirit enemy that does actually drop an ectoplasm is Ghost, and Spectres are like the level before Ghost, so...
Okay, fair enough.
Moving along.
Okay, so Bobbit and Bulb, as everyone else takes a short rest, you investigate the adjoining rooms, and you find that this middle room appears to be some sort of corridor. It leads to the west to what appears to be a sheer cliff face. However, Bobbit, you can make out, carved into the floor at the bottom of the cliff face, another one of those star runes. However, Bulb, with your passive perception, at the start of the corridor, you can also see 3 pillars, and beside each of the 3 pillars, there are conspicuously large cracks in the floor. The other room appears to be a bedroom of some kind.
Can I throw a produce flame in the middle of one of the cracks?
I was gonna say, if we wait till the short rest is over, we can get Ava to fly me over to the actual...
Oh, that works too.
Symbol
Yeah,
thing.
that'll work.
I was just gonna see if the floor fell away.
If you say it's a sheer cliff face, the last thing we want to do is to have the whole thing, like, collapse before we get whatever's there.
And as the short rest finishes up, Bobbit, I'd like you to make an investigate check to search the bedroom as well.
That's gonna be a 13.
The bedroom has not been used in a long time. The bed is made, though it is covered in dust, and the bed sheets are tattered and broken. There's a dresser that is collapsing under its own weight, and the only other thing of note in the room appears to be a conspicuously clean chest at the foot of the bed.
Conspicuously clean.
Yes. As in, it's not covered in a thick layer of dust like everything else.
Can I do an Arcana check?
You may try.
And failing that, I could always try and poke it with my staff.
Bulb would like to help him with Arcana.
Alright, go ahead, make an Arcana check.
You do it with advantage, Michael.
Yep. Just working out. That's gonna be 19.
You determined that the chest is not magical. However, in the process of examining it, you touch it. And this causes the lid to flip open, revealing a saliva-covered tongue and sharp teeth underneath. I would like you all to roll for initiative, please.
I never said I touched it before. Oh, come on.
Well, you
that's
still
like
have...
your third nat 20 of the day, that's still on initiative.
I got unnatural 20.
Okay,
That
so
is
Yeah.
13.
Bobbit 24, Bobbit 24, Remy 23.
No,
Just make
20
curiosity.
football. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'm just putting you. Oh, yeah. And then Liam at 16. Okay, what did you get, M1? Very well. 14. Okay, so 13 for M1. Okay. Alright. Bobbit, seeing the chest come to life, you leap backwards as its tongue slurps through the air. It is your turn. What do you do?
Bobbit's wasting no time, and there's no issues with burning spell slots. Bobbit's gonna burn this damn thing.
Alright. Go ahead.
Just straight up before I even get a chance to try and do anything else. Just nope, and just straight up fucking burning hands.
Burning hands. Okay. I'm just gonna put everyone in the there we go. Okay, burning hands.
Dex save, Mr.
Yes, it must make a dex save. And it fails its dex save.
Solid. Alright, let's see. 3d6. Come on. 4, 5, and 6. So that's going to be 15 points of fire damage.
Ooh, nice.
I was going to say, if it's part of the chest, would that be weaker to fire or not really?
Well, no, it's not weak. It just takes normal damage from it.
Fair enough. So basically, you just straight hands up and go right in its mouth. And then I would probably like to move as far away from it as I can.
Yes, you surely can. Just putting everyone's tokens on the map, because this was a surprise.
Stay disengage.
Yeah, I disengage,
Yeah,
obviously.
you disengage, yeah. And then...
yeah.
Because you will want to do that. Okay.
Yeah.
You disengage.
Just imagine everyone else is like, I wonder how the other two are going.
Yeah.
You just hear this whole...
Ah! Yeah. Bobbit just
ran
runs
backwards,
out of the
making an
room.
explosion.
Bobbit just gets out of that room as fast as he can. Okay, Bulb, you are up next.
Bulb runs to the doorway.
Yep. Just gonna move the big party token out of the way. Okay. Bulb moves.
So probably the other side of the doorway, so I can still see in.
Yep. So.
And then I am going to use one wild shape charge to summon a kobold made of vines that is on fire. Right next to the mimic.
Says the kobold as it materializes out of
I
a
can
plume of
understand that
flame.
kobold.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, Bobbit just sticks his head back in and goes, wow, that's so awesome.
And it must make a dexterity saving throw against my DC.
Okay, and what is your DC?
12.
13.
13. It passes this time. Does it still take damage?
Does it take... It just says it must pass on a saving
or it
throw
takes
or
damage.
take 2d6.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing no, it doesn't.
And I'm pretty sure you can make your kobold attack as you haven't made an attack action.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's a bonus action to
To
make it do anything other than dodge.
Oh, okay, yep. So you use your action to summon him, so now you get your bonus action to make him attack.
Yeah,
so
now it's just my bonus action for him to use his sling that he is holding and throw a flame seed at the mimic.
Yep.
Ranged weapon attack. So spell attack modifier. Okay. That is a 22.
A 22. Yep. That is a
1d6
hit.
Plus my proficiency bonus. And that was a 6 plus 2, so that is 8 damage.
8 damage. A nice hit. He fires. He fires his sling, and a small flaming ball pings off the mimic. And although it doesn't look like it makes much impact, the mimic twists its tongue in pain.
And that's the end of my turn because I can't.
Okay, it is now the mimic's turn. The mimic begins to. Let me just see. Can he? He cannot. Okay, and what is the range on that? Range
That
5.
reminds me,
Yep.
just before we get going, when I use Burning Hands, I'm guessing everything surrounding the mimic is probably on fire now.
Yes, it is, and the kobold has not helped.
More fire.
Yep.
And the good thing
Okay.
is the wildfire spirit is immune to fire.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
it's
the
not
mimic,
that sucked otherwise.
the chest with a tongue begins hopping across the floor, drawing an attack of opportunity from your wildfire spirit.
Okay, so that one is a 17.
Yep, that's a hit.
That unfortunately is only a 3 damage, but any
Only a
damage is good
3.
against
Any
anything.
damage is good because it's for free. And then it leaps at you, gnashing its teeth and licking with
would
its
I-
tongue.
Would I get an attack of opportunity? Or?
No, because it hasn't moved past you. And it hits. Let me see. It hits Bulb. Bulb, you take 5 points of damage, and you must make a either acrobatics or athletics check, or acrobatics or athletics check to avoid being grappled by its tongue.
Oh god.
That's a 19.
19.
Oh, thank God.
You wrench yourself free of the tongue, and the mimic slobbers, saliva dropping on the floor. Okay, it is Narthel's turn.
Do they say that we're in a fight?
Yeah, no, they can hear the sounds of fighting now.
Okay.
I feel like the explosions were probably, and the fact that the room next to them is on fire is probably a giveaway of how bad things are going.
Okay, can I run the distance to get him?
Yes, you can.
Let's do that.
I feel
Ah,
like you come in the room, that you appear in the room, Bob is just sitting there going, Bobbert made an oops.
That is a 18 plus 9. That's over 20.
that's a hit. Roll your damage.
Stupid thing. 11.
11. Okay. A nice hit as you bring your axe down onto the wooden lid of the mimic, splintering away some shards of wood. Alright. It is Sir Lucian's turn.
I brandish my blade. Let's just charge. Am I far enough? No, I'm not far enough. That's
You
a
can-
long charge.
You can get into the room like this.
Well,
But as you go in there, I will need you to make a dex save to avoid being burned by the flames from Bulb's wildfire spirit and Bobbitt's flaming hand spell.
well, in that case, am I better off just throwing a hand axe?
Yeah, if you stand here and hurl a hand axe, that's a good idea.
We're still in the next save though.
No, you won't have to make a save because you haven't entered the room in that case. You're just going to hurl an axe through the doorway at it.
Please. Alright. Don't worry, I paching off the ceiling.
Let's see.
It's 9 plus
Nine plus. Yeah, so it's going to be 13, but is that enough to hit the mimic? It is! It's enough to hit it! Okay, so roll damage. You hit it.
I did not see that.
There you go.
Hey, can you do it? 5.
Well, better than nothing.
5, much better than nothing, and this mimic is looking quite a bit beaten up now. Okay, it is Veska's turn. She runs out, and she fires a ray of frost at the mimic, and unfortunately misses as her ray of frost blasts into the room, and the flames quickly turn it into a stream of water that drops uselessly onto the floor.
Does it put some of the flames out, maybe?
A little bit. Enough that Ava can then fly into the room, and with the mimic flanked from Narthul, makes 2 attacks with her short swords. And hits both times, dealing 8 damage altogether.
Yay.
Okay. Bobbit, it is your turn again.
Bobbit would like to continue moving away from the chest a little bit. I like that Bobbit's usually very happy to make friends with just about anything with this particular creature, mostly because it spooked him and is just not interested. And, you know how it goes. Eldritch Blast time once again.
Eldritch Blast time once again, okay.
18 to hit.
18, that's a hit. Roll for damage.
That's going to be 10 points of damage.
Ooh, nice. You blast off the thing masquerading as a padlock in front of the mimic's mouth. It drops onto the floor and shatters. Okay, Bulb, it is your turn.
Bonus action to get the wildfire spirit.
Yep.
Who is named Sneb, by the way.
Yep.
I'm still nicknaming the damn thing later.
To throw a flame seed.
Yep.
At the thing. So.
With his slings, go ahead and roll.
That's a 12.
That is a hit. Roll for damage.
That's a hit. Shit. That's right. Oh, that's another 8 damage from the flame seed.
Hey.
Another 8. Yep.
Then I will produce flame and hopefully kill this fucking thing because I don't want to get attacked by it again.
Yep. Go ahead.
That's a 12 on the dice.
That's a 12. That's a hit. Roll for damage.
That's a D8 this time. That's 7 damage.
7 damage. And as the fire seed is fired from the kobold's sling, it hits the mimic at the same time as your small ball of flame, and colliding, the two explode, producing a much larger flame that blasts the mimic across the room. It hits the wall and seemingly explodes into a shower of matchwood. The mimic has been destroyed.
Can Bulb pick up some of that matchwood and put it in one of the jars?
Yes, sure. You grab a couple of splinters of matchwood and drop them in the jar.
Okay, so, like I was speaking before I accidentally poked the goddamn mimic, because of course Bullet would, can I get Ava to fly me over to that, symbol on the floor, the star symbol on the floor, so I can try and activate it?
She climbs off her cassowary and she says, "Come into my wings, little one." And then she grabs you in her wings, uses them to hoist herself up onto your shoulders, which she grips in her talons, and then flies you down the corridor, across the giant cracks, dropping you next to the small star-shaped rune.
Okay, I'm gonna just very lightly use an Eldritch Blast on the star so I don't upset any more of the cracks. So I have to roll
Okay, yep.
anything.
Nope, you just walk over to it, and your hands begin to vibrate, and you shoot out an Eldritch Blast. As it hits the rune, just like before, it turns into a wave of light that reverberates down the corridor. And, appearing in the middle of the room, is a golden key.
Okay, well, I will pick that one up and then get Ava to fly me back over.
Clever little one, she says. She picks you up in her talons and flies you once again down the corridor.
So did that mimic drop anything else, or is it just matchwood and tongues?
It appears to have dropped nothing. However, you are concerned to find, in amongst its remains, what appear to be pieces of torn fabric and one patch of substance that looks suspiciously and disturbingly like skin.
Huh. So clearly someone else had been snooping around here and didn't get as lucky?
Or
was
a more
this-
sickening idea begins to form in your mind of
Bulb looks at Volo and thinks he's a mimic.
Volo says, "Me? No, I'm not a mimic. In fact, I believe that mimic was some sort of ghastly waste disposal system, probably for some poor souls who ran afoul of this place's previous owner."
That it said out loud, Bulb thinks that maybe that might be more correct.
Oh, well, that was fun. We might want to put out some of the fire before we go any further.
Well, yeah, since this is technically your house.
Yeah.
I use Druidcraft to
Yep.
put out the fire.
Yep. You use
Druid.
You use
Probably
Druid
just like chip
craft
chip.
and wave your hand putting out the fires, and then you turn to Bobbert, knowing that he's the one who caused most of the fire. You simply tell him that this is going to be his bedroom.
But I can stay in the basement? Yay!
Oh, and the fire spirit stays for an hour. So
Yes, it
I
does,
have
so it's
not-
still summoned. Yes.
Yeah, I have not. I have summoned him.
Very well. There appears to be only one place left to go. Are you ready to head down the long corridor to the south?
Spooky, 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 spooky.
Spooky corridor.
I guess.
Alright.
Yeah, why not?
You have no idea how badly I want to use this death whistle at the moment.
Maybe you could use it in the fight.
No, I'll wake Kitty up. Do you know how bad that would be?
Yeah.
Why, will she yell at you if you wake her up?
Amongst other things.
I mean, if you woke up to distant screeching...
She might
Yeah,
sleep.
no.
She might sleep through it.
I wouldn't recommend it.
Okay, so you step in. You walk up to the wooden door, and once again, as you push it, it breaks off its hinges and collapses. And on the other, yep.
Before it collapses, can I quickly roll to try catch the door?
Yeah, sure. Make an athletics check, please.
That is a 14 plus 7.
7. Okay, you leap forwards, and as the door breaks off its hinges, you grab it. What would you like to do with it?
Gently put it aside on the wall.
You gently put it aside so that it does not fall onto the ground and make a big noise. And on the other side, you see a narrow corridor cut out into the sheer rock, just wide enough to allow you to enter in single file. So who would like to lead their way in?
Do we want to send Sned in first?
That might be a good idea.
Who we send in?
The flaming kobold.
Oh, yep. Can I speak to the kobold, or is it just a mindless kobold?
He
Well,
understands.
he's
a
not.
fire spirit,
He's not really a kobold. He's just a spirit that's taking the form of a kobold.
Oh, okay.
but
yeah.
he understands languages that I
Yeah,
speak.
he does. Yes.
So everybody can actually speak to him.
Yeah,
He speaks
you
fine.
can speak common. He speaks
Aw.
common, but you'll have a chance to speak
He also
Draconic. Don't worry.
speaks Draconic.
Yes.
The Comet is following while just constantly trying to think of names for it in his head.
I mean, we have some dragons that are definitely going to pop up in this campaign, and one of
Sally
them
the salamander.
in Waterdeep Dragon Heist. So being able to speak Draconic will be helpful when you have to negotiate with a dragon at level 4.
Oh my god.
You enter the corridor with the flaming kobold, the fire spirit, leading the way. Who's going behind him?
I assume Bobbit is.
Yeah,
Why am I going
Bobbit's-
up front?
Yeah, no, you're behind the kobold.
Yeah, kobold's in front, but who's immediately behind the kobold?
Yeah, I'm assuming Bobbit is following him going.
No, I'm more than happy to follow further back.
Alright,
Go
I'll
ahead.
go behind the kobold.
Alright. Follow the kobold as he leads down the corridor. The flame spilling forth from him, lighting up the corridor, allowing you to see the imperfections of the rock face, but preventing you from seeing much of anything just ahead. And as you proceed down this corridor, I would like you to please make a perception check at disadvantage, as the kobold's flames make it difficult to see anything ahead.
God damn it, Bobbit.
I was going to say, would that be disadvantage for me as well?
Yes.
Devil's Sight.
Oh yeah,
That
Devil's
is
Sight, no,
a-
it'll be normal for you.
Hey.
So it was perception at disadvantage, was it?
Yes.
That was 13.
13.
Damn it. It was my good dice that rolled low this
Yeah,
time.
I still got a 9 even with rolling normally.
I got a 5.
As you
Well-
move down the corridor, at the very end of the corridor, you see what appears to be a recessed section of the floor. And, as soon as you see it, you turn around and look down the way you came, and you see that at the end of the corridor, there is a large shaft leading up,
Yeah.
and it's roughly the shape and size of a large boulder.
Oh, crap.
What would you like to do?
Oh, before we do anything else, did Bulb and Bobbit do anything with in that room with the visual looking things in the room?
Ava flew Bobbit over and he got the key on the other side and they just didn't trigger
Yeah.
the fissures at all.
Oh, okay, yep, okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
may
well,
have napped too
which-
during that bit.
Yeah, which since you're not going back there,
Yep.
I will let you know were basically if it detected any pressure on the floor next to it, spikes would have shot up out of the fissures.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
so I don't actually notice the whole boulder situation, so someone else is going to have to do something about it.
Yeah, no, I think only Narthal has noticed.
So I've noticed large boulder.
You've noticed that you're walking towards a pressure plate, and that behind you there is a shaft in the roof of the corridor where something will drop out.
Oh.
So would you
Okay.
like to call out? Yeah. So
What
knowing
was the
that
perception needed?
12.
My kobold, my wildfire spirit has a perception of 12.
Oh, okay. So he has
So would it have
spotted.
been able to warn me so I could warn everyone?
Yes. Narthal
Okay, so-
and the flaming kobold spot it at the same time. The kobold stops in his tracks. He turns around, raises his head, and he shouts, "Yip, yip!"
Bulb informs everyone of this trap, but refers to Narthal as Narthal is technically first in line.
Yeah. So you
I
have-
mean, if you want.
You have several options here. You could try to move past the pressure plate, though you don't know how much area it takes up. That for all you know, the part of it you're seeing is just the center of it. You may trigger it and try to run away from the boulder, or you may allow Bobbit through and hope that he can dismantle it with his thieves' tools.
Bobbit can dismantle?
Well, you can use you've got
Yeah,
thieves' tools
cool.
proficiency. You can use them to. You bought thieves' tools, remember?
Yes, I do.
Yes, you can use those to disarm traps.
Anyone good with that plan?
I can go Bobbit.
Sure.
You all press against the wall, and the kobold gestures towards Bobbit, going, "Yep, yep." Bobbit runs up and kneels in front of the pressure plate. What do you do, Bobbit?
It's just a roll plus proficiency, isn't it? There's no other mod to add to it.
Plus your dex, apparently.
Oh,
for thieves'
dex and
tools.
proficiency.
Yep.
Oh, solid. Well, Bobbit looks at the fire spirit going, "Thank you, Mr. Flameman. I still have to think of a name for you. I'll come back later." And
Yep.
that's still gonna be a 15 all up.
15. Okay.
I don't like how you said 15.
You
now, I'm
insert
scared.
your thieves' tools into the pressure plate and jiggle them around until you hear the click of the pressure plate deactivating. But nobody noticed the backup trap,
Ah,
which, as you disable the pressure plate, you hear a loud hissing as a minor acid trap underneath the pressure plate activates and sprays Bobbit in the face for 3 points of acid damage.
I'm blind!
Small child just on the floor now, just making sad sobbing noises.
The previous owner of this place, the previous owner of this place seriously did not want anyone finding what he has hidden ahead. But the coast appears to be clear, and so you step forwards into another narrow room carved out of rock, completely barren. The floor, walls, and roof featureless. The only thing of note in the room being a small hole dug out of one of the tiles.
I would like to go look at that hole. Thank you.
You step up, and the hole does not appear to go very far. It only digs down about half a meter into the earth, and at the very bottom, placed seemingly very carefully, so that it is exactly centered in the hole, you see a small purple box.
I'd like to pull out the box and examine it, please, Mr. DM.
Alright, I would like you to make a sleight of hand check, please.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
You can do that if you don't make it. Also, is Bobbit going to have any marks from having a face full of acid?
Yes.
Well, he might have a little scar, but usually acid damage doesn't leave a scar.
So what's
it's magical.
Sleight of hand is
Dex. Yep.
Yes.
Okay, that is a... What's that? Hey, what do you know? 17.
17. You watch as everyone else gasps agape as you just step down into the hole and grab the box. And they gasp because as you lift up the box, you hear a click and another hiss as another acid trap shoots up from underneath, narrowly missing your hand as you deftly pull the box away.
Oh, speaking of acid, just for a little fun thing, like, I'm not asking for, like, resistance, but, like, would take off 1 damage when I get acid damage for, like...
Oh, yeah,
like,
yeah, we could,
know.
yeah, that's right. If you get hit with acid, you'll take 1 less point.
Fun flavour.
You retrieve the box and place it on the floor in front of everyone. It is a rather small, purple box, most likely a jewellery box of some kind, based on the purple silk and the elaborate markings on its sides and lid. There is a single keyhole in the front, and carved into the wood next to the keyhole is a single phrase in common. It simply reads, treasure or humility? You decide.
Oh, I like that.
Oh.
So, if I go the humility option, that would obviously be the bronze key. But if I go the treasure option, that would obviously be the gold key.
Yes.
Ah, that's why there's two. Well, Bubba doesn't really care for gold, and since he has both keys, he's going to pull out the bronze key.
Does anyone have any objections to him pulling out the bronze key and inserting it into the lock?
I do not.
You do not? Very well.
No.
No? Alright. I must make sure the tokens are ready.
Ah, crap. I said humility. I thought that would be okay.
It might be a weaker monster, just be happy with it.
Yeah, no, fair enough.
That or it's going to be a really high-powered monster beating us to shit.
You choose humility, and as you insert the bronze key into the lock, you turn it. Nothing happens at first, except the lid of the box springs open, and inside, you nearly gag as you see that the box is almost entirely filled with decaying human ears.
Oh, Vincent Van Gogh, fuck yourself.
It appears you have found the trophies.
Somebody please burn these. Because that's just... Why? This guy really did... Look, he had a barrel full of piss in his thing, you use a tiefling, and he just happens to have a box full of goddamn severed ears. This is just... He's dead, and yet Dan Cooper continues to haunt me.
Is this the reincarnation of Dan Cooper? I mean, holy shit.
No,
That's not a reincarnation. We discussed this.
He's not a reincarnation, he's just... Yeah.
Goddamn copycat piece of shit.
Or maybe he had an illegitimate baby.
As you see what's in the box, Bobbit screams and drops the box, scattering the ears all over the floor. Suddenly, the temperature in the room grows deathly cold, and a disembodied voice echoes through the room. You found it, and you chose humility, so I shall show you humility. And then the ghost of the previous owner materializes, passing through the roof above you until he is hovering above the hole. And he intends to show you what it is like to feel humility. Roll for initiative, please.
God damn it.
Felt humility enough.
That is a 19.
21.
19.
9.
21. Bulb got 9. Let's see what M1 got. Oh, M1's gone. Okay, I'll put him...
Yeah, he did say he had to go.
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
that's alright. That's alright. So 17. I'll roll for him. He got... So 16 altogether. Alright, very well. Here comes the boss fight.
Son bitch.
Oh, Jesus
Oh,
Christ.
wait.
Great. So I'm guessing, I suppose we'll talk about what the other option would have been once we've finished, but I'm guessing treasure wouldn't have been that much better either.
I'll tell you after the session what both options
Yeah.
would have done.
Yeah.
But it's
It is
kind
also
of-
up in the top right corner.
It's kind of a trick question in
Yeah.
that it's designed so that you'll think humility is the correct one and go for it, but really it's referring to humility as in, I want the ghost to come down here, kick my ass, and show me what it means to feel
Oh.
humility.
Oh, that's fine. I have something special just for him.
Okay, and so we begin our boss, and Bobbin, you are first, but before you have a
Right.
chance to act, you must first please make a wisdom save.
Ooh, that's gonna be a... Do I even have anything for wisdom? Crap, no, that's a 5. So
That's
not
a
gonna be fun
5. Bobbit, you are frightened for 1 minute, or until you pass a wisdom save, You immediately scream and begin running down the corridor. And so it was a 5, was it? The save fails by 5 or more. Okay, I would like you to roll 1d4, please. This is going to be very amusing. That's a 1. Bobbit screams, and as he screams, he begins to grow taller. His body changes shape. His clothes begin to tear as his face grows more mature. And suddenly, standing before you, you see what appears to be a young woman of perhaps no older than 20, as she screams and runs down the corridor.
I wasn't expecting that was going to be when the reveal happened, but
you've aged.
A girl.
If you fail the horrifying visage by 5 or more, you age 1d4 times 10 years.
Yes. Well, there you go, guys. That was supposed to be a secret for a little bit later on down the line, but yeah, Bobbit's actually a girl. Have fun with that.
Okay. Next up, it is Narthal's turn.
I had the perfect spell to give to Narthal and everything, and
Narthal, you must begin your turn by making a wisdom save, please.
Wisdom. That is a 18.
18. You pass. You pass, and you are immune to frightened anyway, because you're a paladin, but you do not age.
Yes.
Okay, so you may take your turn.
I would like to cast Protection Against Good and Evil.
Yep, okay. And as you cast Protection Against Good and Evil, you pull out your holy symbol. Everyone else sees you pull it out, and you notice for the first time that it is a drinking horn, or at least appears to be. And what do you do, Narthal?
I imbue the jewels encrusted in the drinking horn with sort of a dwarvish energy, so they glow very shining red, going, for my grandfather Angus, I banish you back to hell!
Aww.
The ghost wavers in the air, it turns to you and it shouts, its eyes flickering, "Be gone!" But, for some reason, its words do not chill you. Instead, you feel yourself bristling with power. You have cast protection from good, evil and good on yourself, meaning the ghost will now roll with disadvantage when it tries to hit you or use any effects on you. Okay, it is Sir Lucian's turn. He makes a wisdom save, and he passes. He rushes forwards, brandishing his longsword, and strikes at the ghost. And he misses. Okay. It is now Bulb's. Actually, no, it's Ava's turn. Ava rushes forwards, brandishing both her short swords. She makes 2 attacks. She hits it 1 time and deals 2 points of damage. It is Bulb's turn.
Well, first off, Sned is actually in the top right-hand corner.
Oh, yes, he is. Yes, sorry, I forgot to chuck him in.
That's okay.
Here he is.
And then Bulb will take 1 step to the north.
Yep.
So that he's just a little bit further away from this monstrosity.
Yep.
I'm just seeing if I have anything that could really be used.
Probably probably your best bet is...
Yeah, just fire, yeah. Okay, I'm going to use my bonus action to get Sned to attack.
Alright. With his sling?
Yep.
Very well.
That's a 9.
Unfortunately, that is a miss. He hurls a fire seed. It drops uselessly down into the hole, and the ghost laughs.
Well, then I cast Produce Flame.
Yep.
And throw... attach it to a dart as I throw the dart.
Yep. All right. Roll to hit, please.
That's a 7.
7. Unfortunately, that's a miss. Your dart hits the wall behind the ghost. The ghost laughs again, its eyes flickering, its face grinning with the visage of a devil as your dart falls down into the hole. Okay, it's Veska's turn. She stays where she is, holds out her hands and fires a magic missile at the ghost, hitting it for 5 points of damage. It hovers in the air as if blasted by a gust of wind, its laughter not ceasing. It is the ghost's turn. It floats over towards Bulb and makes an attack, reaching out to you with a spectral hand. Okay, and Bulb, it hits you, and you take... I'll roll this in the chat.
Actually, I probably should have done a wisdom save.
Oh yeah, we'll do that next round for you.
Okay.
Okay, you're taking 13 points of necrotic damage.
Oh,
Jesus, I'm glad I left the room for that.
I'm resistant.
Oh!
I
You're
take...
Oh.
how
You
much do I
take 6. You take 6 points of necrotic damage.
One's resistant? Fascinating. Looks like I'm the only one with the secret.
explain how.
No, I believe
And
that's-
then,
Rob looks at you and goes, no.
No.
and then, as a bonus action, the ghost shifts to the ethereal plane, becoming harder to hit. It is Bobbit's turn. Bobbit, make a wisdom save, please.
Okay, something higher than a 5, please. Okay, that's a 17. That's much better.
That's a pass. What would Bobbit like to do?
Oh, so it seems, well, is Bobbit now stuck at that age?
Only if he doesn't get it. Only if she doesn't get it reversed within 24 hours.
Okay.
Fun. Can I get back to Nargle this Narful this
Yes,
turn?
you can.
Okay, so Bobbit's just gonna run straight back and basically go, Bobbit was scared, now Bobbit's not scared, but Bobbit's a lot older, and Bobbit's a girl? Bobbit guesses?
And as
How did
as
you know
Bobbit
that?
says that, as Bobbit says this, she looks down, notices that her tunic is torn and her bare chest is showing, and then quickly covers up.
Oh my.
Yeah, Bobbit, instead of doing what I was originally planning on doing, Bobbit basically just goes, stop looking, Bobbit has a special thing for Nargle, and basically puts a hand out on Nargle's back, and I cast my new spell called Kobold's Fury. And what this does is, your touch infuses the rage of a threatened kobold into the target. Your target has advantage on melee weapon attacks until its next turn, the end of its next turn. In addition, its next successful melee weapon attack against the creature larger than itself. Well, shit, that part's not going to work for you. But
But the rest of it will.
that's a shame, because if it was larger than you get an extra 2d8 points of damage. But
Oh damn.
instead, you can just have advantage, I guess.
Which gives him a normal attack.
Yeah, which gives him a normal
Yeah.
attack here because it's in the ethereal plane. But it'll pop out of the
Yeah.
ethereal plane eventually. If he hits it, it will. Okay.
Yeah.
So it is now Narthel's turn.
Thank you, Miss Bobbit.
Yay? It's just a little bit situation for everyone involved, because I don't believe anyone was expecting this, especially me.
I want to add Searing Smite onto my
Searing
Well, actually, no, roll to see if you can hit it first, and then you can
Okay.
add.
Well, no, Searing Smite, he can cast that first and then attack.
Yeah, but technically, with smites, you can roll
No,
to
well,
see if you can hit first and then add.
yeah,
Searing
Searing-
Smite, it will
yeah,
stay
is a
on his
spell.
axe until he hits.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
because it's
So
not
where
a
that's from.
smite. I know they made it confusing because they've called some spells something smite, but there is also a smite, and they're not the same thing. So yeah, Narthel
Okay,
can cast
my
Searing Smite,
And
and
fuck
then
you fucking ghost. Nat 20. Fuck
Oh,
Nat
dear
20,
God, this is going
lovely. That is
You're
a
welcome.
hit. Roll your damage and don't forget to add your extra 1d6 fire damage.
Seriously. Chuck a goddamn other smite on top of it.
I don't have him on a spell slot.
Yeah, he's run out of
that
spell
sounds like-
slots, but he's still getting
Yeah,
a shitload of damage
technically,
on here.
And
Yeah.
doubled.
Yep.
Yes, that's...
Oh.
like health.
2 6s and a 4. 6 plus
16,
6 plus
38.
38.
Hey.
Okay. You rush forwards, raising your axe, and
In the name of Angus, be gone!
you send it down onto the incorporeal form of the ghost. Flame surges through the axe, and the ghost screams silently in pain, screaming in terror from the ethereal realm. Okay, at the start of its turn, it must make a constitution save, which... What is your spell save DC, Narthel?
It is to do my spell DC save. It's 15.
15.
Damn.
And the ghost failed, which means it takes,
Get your ass back here.
at the start of its turn, an additional 1d6 damage, but it's not its turn yet.
Oh shit! Do I roll that or do you?
No, when it deals damage, you get to roll that.
Okay.
But it's not its turn yet. So next up, it is Sir Lucian's turn. Sir Lucian swings with his longsword. He misses, so he uses his action surge and swings again. And he hits it, dealing 4 points of damage. Okay, it's the ghost's turn. It takes 1d6 fire damage, so go ahead and roll that.
Narthel?
Narthel,
sorry,
yeah.
sorry, I thought it was.
Yeah. Oh, no, yeah, go ahead and roll the 1d6 for the flame
Oh,
damage.
sorry. That
Okay.
is a 2, unfortunately.
A 2? Oh, it's better than nothing, it's free damage. First of all, it pops back into the material plane to attack, and it moves towards Narthel, outreaching a hand, and it attacks at disadvantage because of your protection, and it nat 20s, but because of the disadvantage, it rolls a 3. So your protection
Yes.
spell stopped you
Fuck
getting
yeah.
critted for a 3rd time today.
Oh my god.
I was gonna say, you almost hear an ethereal voice in the background going, "Fuck off, you useless bastard!" I'm sick of bloody organ harvesting tieflings. Piss off.
Then, as a bonus action, the ghost turns towards Ava, holds out a hand, and Ava must make a DC 13 Charisma save,
Oh?
which she failed.
Oh,
The
no.
ghost swoops towards Ava, slamming into her body. She stumbles,
Oh, shit.
looks around, and
Oh,
then
God damn it.
she raises her short swords and swings once at Bobbit, which she hits. And Bobbit, you take 3 points of damage. And then, with her second attack, she swings at Narthel.
Still disadvantage?
Yep.
Still disadvantage, because technically it's the ghost attacking.
Oh, do I roll
Both
for
of them
damage
miss
then?
anyway. Nope, both of them miss. Okay.
Yeah, but he's attacking. Don't I roll for the radiant damage?
No, because that's why it went in her body. To avoid that.
Ah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So how do we get it out? Because
By knocking Ava out, or by just casting a dispelling spell.
I'm guessing no one here has Dispel Magic.
No, I'm just gonna have to punch Ava.
It
Dispel
is
Magic is
now
second level.
Bulb's turn.
Well, this is gonna suck. Thank God this is the boss, or else this would be
I use my final my final spell slot to cast Entangle
Ooh.
on
Ava. Yes.
Ava.
Yes.
Yeah.
That will restrain her. What save does she have to make?
I'm just reading it now. A strength saving check.
Alright, and she does that with her cassowary mount. Ah! She shrieks
As the 13. Oh, fuck.
as she passes. Her cassowary's long legs stepping out of the way of the entanglement. Okay, it is Bobbit's turn.
Bobbit is very conflicted by this current issue at hand.
2 wasted spell slots.
Yeah, can't say
Oh.
really wait.
Sorry, before
Yep.
Bobbit takes his turn, Bob then decides to... Bob decides to go all out and throw a flame seed at...
Alright, at
Ava.
Ava. Alright, go ahead, roll to hit. I know Ava's AC.
This is not a fun situation. What does
That is 13.
13. And Ava knocks it out of the way with one of her short swords.
Okay.
Yep! Barks your kobold in frustration. Bobbit's turn.
Bobbit is just having a very messed up day at this point and is very conflicted about attacking a friend, but amongst other issues. But as an adult Eldritch Blast stand at this point.
Yep, may as well.
Bobbit just goes, Bobbit is very sorry, and that's going to be a 22 to hit.
That's definitely a hit. Roll for damage.
That's going to be
You're an
12.
adult now, so you have to be more. Bobbit is very sorry.
Yeah, no, I feel like she's still going to talk the same way for now until.
Well, if
we
you
get a handle on the
kill the ghost, Bobbit will revert back to her previous age.
Or we could just run away and Bobbit doesn't revert back.
Yeah. The thing is, if you don't reverse the curse within 24 hours, then you do get stuck that way.
Just to mess up everything.
I mean, we already, well, there's no real point now because, it's already been revealed, so the whole age thing is kind of redundant at this stage. It's just an awkward situation. That's also 12 points of force damage, by the way.
Ooh, nice. That will definitely help as you blast Ava to the floor, knocking her off her cassowary. She silently climbs to her feet. And it is Veska's turn. She raises her hand and fires a ray of frost at Ava, hitting and rolling 8. Ava goes down, makes her first death save, which she passes. And the ghost materializes in the air next to Ava's unconscious body. Narthel, your turn.
Right, time for another smashy.
Unfortunately, you don't have advantage anymore because of the.
But the ghost is in the material realm, so
yeah.
he can hit
Oh,
normally.
okay. Smack him good.
That is a 23.
That's a hit. Roll for damage.
So does this curse last as long as the ghost is alive, or does it stay on after the ghost is gone?
When the ghost is, if the ghost dies within 24 hours of the curse, then no, you'll revert back to your previous age.
Okay, and that is 15.
15. Okay, so 7 points of damage because it has resistance. The ghost hovers in the air as if the force of your blow hits it in its ghostly realm and sends it flying, but it quickly rights itself, and it says, "I will kill you! I wasted all my money on that damn wine!"
and 20 years later, and he's still fucking things up for everyone.
Okay, it is now Sir Lucian's turn. He rushes forwards with his long sword, and he hits, dealing 5 points of damage to the ghost. He says, "I won't be held accountable for what a previous incarnation of my player may have done."
Hey, stop breaking the
Fourth
fourth
wall
wall.
breaking.
Okay, it is the ghost's turn. The ghost floats up towards, who's it gonna go for?
How long does the radiant damage last for? Like
just for the next turn after you cast the spell.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, or so it's no longer in effect.
Yeah.
It reaches out a hand towards Bobbit, and
Are you sure you want to do this?
it hits Bobbit. You take. Ooh, I'll roll it in the chat so you can see.
Fair enough.
Oh no.
12 points of necrotic damage.
Cool, I had exactly 12 hit points, so
Oh.
I'm down.
Make your death save, please, Bobbit.
That's a 15, so...
That's a pass. Okay, Bulb, your turn.
It's having a bad day.
Fuck. The ghost is right where I want to go.
You can actually step in the ghost's spot, but if you do so and end your turn, you'll take 1d10 force damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't. Oh, it'll be okay.
Shite.
Fire.
just use both my fire attacks. So.
Alright, go ahead.
Produce flame first,
Yep,
which is a 16.
that is a hit. Roll for damage.
5 damage.
5. Ooh, nice. You see a spectral flame begin to surge up the ghost's clothing. Now you may attack with your kobold.
That. How do I determine that again? That is. So I'll take modifier, so that is an 18.
18, that's a hit. Roll for damage.
That's 7 damage.
The ghost opens its mouth, shrieking in pain. Ah! And you have defeated the ghost. The ghost is weak enough to banish. Narthel, do your thing.
Kick its ass.
Bring out the holy symbol again and just drive it into his spectral chest. Angus, please help me banish this evil demon. Be gone!
Hold your holy symbol aloft and it begins to glow. The ghost's shrieking gets louder and louder, and then you swear you can hear it from some far-off plane. Moradin compels you to leave, you bloody bastard! There's a flash of light that emanates from Nathan's holy symbol. As the ghost's shrieking goes louder and louder and louder, and then the light subsides, and the ghost is gone.
I feel like as the light fades away, you just hear a very faint Angus in the back and going, "Go right home to your parents more often. They're worried sick, you dumbass."
I think I can hear him smiling down at me.
And so you have cleansed Trollskull Manor of the ghost.
This house is clean.
This house is now clean.
I'd like to pick up the box of ears, and when we're all done, give them the bodies last rites and bury them.
Yep.
Bulb walks up and heals the 2 people that are unconscious.
As you heal Bobbit,
They
notice.
each get 1 hit point.
Yeah.
So touch them on the shoulder.
As Bobbit awakens, you notice Bobbit is once again shaped like a child, but now that you've seen what she will look like when they're older, you can no longer see Bobbit quite the same way.
As I say, at this point, Bobbit's hair's pretty much all of Bobbit's hair's out from under the hat now, so pretty much it's just longer hair that's now down past the neck.
Now that you know Bobbit's a girl, you can see that Bobbit is a girl.
It's just the whole just looks down and goes,
"Aww." Bulb, you've noticed that where the ghost once was, there is a small pile of what appears to be a bright blue glowing powder.
I scrape it into an empty jar.
You scrape up the ectoplasm, the ghost essence, into an empty jar for later use. And then, as Narthel takes up the ears and stows them away, you climb up to the first floor of Trollskull Manor, and you find that the rest of the ghosts are gone. The place no longer has that sense of dread hanging over it. It feels just like an empty building, a house that with some love and care will be a welcoming place to hang up your hat. With the help of the city guard and some of Sir Lucian's soldiers, you quickly clear out the rest of the spiders and swarms of rats and bats that inhabit the upper floors. This takes a couple of days, but compared to your fight with the ghost, it is no trouble at all. Narthel brings the ears to the City of the Dead, and there commissions an unmarked grave, a grave with a headstone that simply reads, "For the unnamed victims," and there consecrates the ears and all the other remains of the previous owner's victims in a proper burial.
Angus would be proud of that.
Angus would be proud. And so, with the previous inhabitants cleared away, with the ghosts banished, with the spiders, bats, and rats destroyed, Trollskull Manor is finally yours, ready to inhabit. Volo
bartender.
Yep, Volo thanks you for helping him make an excellent start to his book. He tips his hat and he says, "That's the best opening chapter I've ever read, and it's all thanks to you. You can be assured that when I get my first royalty payment, I'll be spending it right here." And then he leaves. And once you are alone on the first floor in the tap room, surveying the dilapidated house and wondering what you're going to do, what your first order of business would be, you hear the sound of a tankard clattering in one of the back rooms. You turn to face it, and there you see Lith floating out of the room behind the tap room, grasping a tankard in his hand. He smiles, and he says, "Lith couldn't leave yet. Lith gets to help!"
Yay!
Will you accept Lith as the bartender in your new establishment?
Hell yeah.
We do.
Well, a good start to your business, I think. A ghost bartender and Eustace Flower Raiser as your official baker.
Love it.
And so I'm now going to put up. Yep.
So I have a word sent to him at the bar, telling him where to go.
Yep, to come and join you. I will now bring up in the stream the rules for your Trollskull Manor,
Ooh.
as you can now begin to prepare it. So, as a reward for coming to his aid, Volo Thampgadam has granted you ownership of Trollskull Manor, a once famed drinking establishment in Waterdeep's North Ward. Although this rundown building has clearly seen better days, with a bit of luck and a lot of coin, you may be able to restore it to its former glory as the main attraction of Trollskull Alley. The cost to perform the necessary renovations to allow Trollskull Manor to open for business is 1,000 GP. However, Rainier Neverember and Volo, in thanks, respectively for being rescued and for helping Volo get a start on his Volo's Guide to Spirits that he was consistently struggling with, will pitch in 500 GP.
Oh.
Meaning you need only pay 500.
Solid.
Nice.
So, do you have 500 with you now?
I have about 10, so
10. That's fine, that's fine. You can eventually get 100 up. So, In fact, actually, yep.
Helping to raise this, I let the baker know what we need to get the tavern up and running. I have him outside the tavern and I make a sign for him saying "best bread in town."
Yep. Okay, so
good question. Could you
for
present
this...
the apparent and ask for money?
Mom.
So although you cannot perform the necessary renovations this time, I will still allow you to make an income roll. But next time, before you can perform an income roll, you must pay the 500 GP. So before we make the income roll, I will open up the second part of the rules. Which is, you can help improve Trollskull Manor's odds of generating income with the following investments. So these first three, the additional renovations, the interior decorating, and the extra staff, we won't worry about because you still haven't made the initial repairs. But these following actions may be performed once per income check. And that is live entertainment, fresh ingredients, promotional campaign, homebrew drinks, and enforced security. So first of all, Mickey McGrood will roll a performance check, and he passed the DC 13, so he's going to do live entertainment, which is you book acts or perform them yourself. Yeah, to draw in patrons. Gain a +5 bonus on the income check. So you get +5 from his. Would anyone else like to perform? And these are your downtime actions, by the way.
Didn't Bowl pick up some fresh ingredients / spices?
Some spices, yes.
Yeah, you can put that towards the kitchen.
So, Bulb, would you like to make a nature check?
Yeah, I'll make a nature check. I'm not giving up the stuff that I looted.
Yeah.
Pick up.
With nature. I got 14.
14?
Hey.
Okay. You source some high-quality ingredients for food and drinks. Gain a +5 bonus on the next income check. Now we have promotional campaign, which is insight or persuasion. Homebrew drinks, which is alchemist kit or brewer's kit. And enforced security, which is athletics or intimidation.
Bobbitt's got the promotional campaign covered.
Alright, Bobbit. And you'll enforce security?
I was going to say, yeah. Is that what you're doing, Liam? What are you doing, Liam?
Yeah, I was going to do the promotional campaign, helping the baker in front.
So would you like to make an insight or persuasion check on that?
Persuasion, because that's charisma.
Alright.
I was going to say, if you did enforce security, I can handle the promotion, because otherwise I can't really do anything here.
Alright. Well, we'll have the cute little girl mascot next to the baker.
So Bobbit's basically going to dress up as a giant loaf of bread and dance in the street with the baker.
Playing an instrument,
and so what we're rolling for here is to determine whether Bobbit makes this outfit himself or herself and fails horribly. So go ahead and make a persuasion check, please, Bobbit.
That's a 20, not nat. So
20!
I was going to say, could I say myself and Lift kind of work together on that one?
Yeah, sure. So you distribute advertisements and appeal directly to the community. In this case, by Bobbit and Lift spending several days making a costume that's a giant loaf of bread. And then Bobbit prancing in the street up and down Trollskull Alley saying, "Hey mister, you want to try the best bread in town?" And so you gain a +5 bonus on the next income check. And finally, Narthel, you may make an athletics or an intimidation check to enforce security.
Let's see. Yeah, perhaps wouldn't do athletics. Now that is proficient and your modifier.
And your modifier, yes.
Okay, so that is a 14, 19.
19, okay. You focus on providing security for Trollskull Manor, making patrons feel safer. Gain a +5 bonus on the next income check. So Lucian doesn't really seem to contribute. In fact, for the first few days of getting the place up and running, he's not present at all. And when he finally does appear, he basically just pours himself a couple of free drinks and says that he had important nobleman business to attend to. Lord's Alliance business, can't talk about it. But just the same, we'll be waiving the necessary renovations this time and allow you to do an income check. Okay, so you got plus 20 to the income check. I will subtract 10 from that because the place is not fully up and running. So altogether, it's a bonus plus 10 altogether. So who would like to roll the D100?
Does anyone mind if I do it?
Go ahead, yep.
Go for it.
Okay, that is a 92.
92 plus 10, 100. And business, one hell of an opening. Business has been booming. Each player earns a profit of 3d10 times 5 GP. So I'm going to roll that right now.
Damn, son.
Yeah, we did one hell of a charity campaign. I think the dancing loaf of bread helped.
Yeah, it's a loaf.
So, 100 gold for each of you.
Woo! Fuck yeah.
I'll take that. A heartbeat.
So, even though the place is not fully renovated, you wanted to give your patrons a taste of things to come. And so, for that first week, business was booming. You made a massive profit of 100 gold each, but before the next downtime, technically you could put that right into renovating it right now.
Yeah, we could. And all of us do the 500 right here and now.
So would you like to do that?
Sure.
Yeah.
Very well.
Yeah, go for it.
So, you do not gain any profit, but that first week when you open and business is booming, you put all of that profit into the necessary renovations until Trollskull Manor is once again no longer looks like it's about to collapse. The dust is cleaned up, you've got some better furniture, and you've restored it to a portion of its former glory. And as such, you unlock 3 additional purchases you may make next time you do an income check, which is additional renovations, interior decorating, or extra staff. And each of these will give you a permanent boost on your income check.
I would like to propose a name change.
Very well, go ahead.
Yeah.
In light of recent situations and the help I've gotten, I would like to rename the tavern the Drunken Dwarf.
Well, I don't have any objections.
What do you guys think?
Yeah, I can roll with that. Sure, we haven't been able to agree on anything yet, so...
Well, the best I came up with was Eye of the Beholder, but, you know, I could dance with the Drunken Dwarf.
Well, my original idea was going to be the Screaming Goat.
Screaming Goat, but the Drunken Dwarf, as Narthel informs you that this name is in honor of his grandfather, who he never met, but who he was told was responsible for sealing away Dan Cooper and helping to destroy the terrible ancient blue dragon Imrith. And so, with none of you having any objections, you officially christen the tavern the Drunken Dwarf. And putting your first week of profits into renovation, you get it up and running, soon making it a prominent fixture of Trollskull Alley. And that concludes today's session and the last episode of this campaign for this year. We will be returning to the campaign in the first week of January, so it'll be returning in the same week as Call of Cthulhu, the day before Call of Cthulhu comes back.
And the same as the return of the secondary campaign.
Yes, so all 3 coming back in the same... We do still have the last episode of the secondary campaign next week. Yes. So there is still going to be some D&D next week. On Tuesday, Remy will be doing his final session for the year. Okay, so you each receive an inspiration point.
Oh,
you do not level up, but you get an inspiration point. And with your downtime
I
action,
one.
remember you can only ever have a maximum of 3.
Yep.
And with your downtime actions are locked in, you will run your business in Waterdeep for the rest of the spring. And when we return, spring will have passed and summer will descend upon Waterdeep. And then the factional intrigue and the race for the Stone of Galore will resume. Thank you
Yay.
everyone for joining us. And
hey, how's that? We didn't have to pay the Bakers Guild.
yeah, so you didn't have to pay the Bakers
Fuck
Guild,
them.
but the Bakers Guild will still be a thorn in your path.
Bakers never
Because
forget.
because they're extorting everyone, and you may have figured out who they are using as their enforcers.
Man, that's
Yeah.
something Narthel
Which would
does
be
very
the
personally.
which would be the Shard Stunners Were-Rat gang. Are being paid
That
as
is.
enforcers from the Bakers Guild. So the Bakers Guild, I have a feeling that they will be thorns in your side once again very soon. But thank you everyone for watching, and we hope you enjoyed the last session of our campaign for this year, and we look forward to seeing you again in the new year in the next adventure.
And as always, we're going to end every episode. Please, if you would like to support us, come join us
Yep,
on the
and Patreon.
Patreon.
A single $1 is enough to help, but if you want to dig deep, you may end up with a guest role in one of our streams.
Or design a trap that could fuck us over.
Or design a trap that could kill all our players. But
As you
every
can
little
see,
bit of
it's not hard
support
to dodge.
counts. If you can't pay, be sure, if you can't afford to support with monetary support, please share, like, hit the bell button, and subscribe. And for those of you on Twitch, make sure you sing Liam's praises and get your friends to come and watch. You can check all of our previous episodes on our channel, and why not binge them over the holiday period? Get up to date.
And also, I just decided right now for a 2-week holiday special, for the $100 Patreon, special pin-up poster on Bob in her 20s.
Hey.
Lovely. Yep.
Oh, shit, fuck.
That's going to be something great for Kitty to wake up to. Hey, Kitty, I need you to draw a picture of Bobbit in her 20s. So we
By the
can...
way, Bob's a her. Sorry
By the
about
way,
that.
Bobbit's a girl. Yeah,
Surprise!
I'm sorry I spoiled that, but you know the
Oh,
horrifying.
That was awesome. That was
Yeah.
awesome.
But
If there was a way to spring the surprise early, that was a fun way to do it.
Yeah, that was a
probably
fun
the
way
best
to do it.
of doing it.
But
Just
we
Bobbit
certainly
drawing
hope
it.
you enjoyed that, and we will see